Good morning, Vic. All right, we're here, and we're Amy. Thank you so much. Holy moly! Almost got me cursing already, which wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Amy, thank you so much. You did 10
Good
gifts.
morning.
Wow.
Vic.
Congratulations to.
All right, we're here.
Oh, Red Base got a
and
membership.
we're-
Red Base, April, sincerely under L'Oreal, Adrian.
Amy,
Crafty,
thank you
Kate,
so
Ray,
much.
Katie,
Holy
and
moly.
Aisha.
Almost got me
Good
cursing
morning. What's up, man?
already.
Which wouldn't be out
What
of
are we
the
doing?
ordinary.
So we're doing a trial today.
Amy, thank you so much. You did 10
Good
gifts.
morning.
Oh, was that echoing? Sorry if I was. I don't have my headphones on. Taking my headphones on. Get the headphones on. So the trial, from the time that I saw, it's supposed to be 9:15 Eastern, but
Taylor Schabusiness.
oh, see, look at it. They're just trying to do what I do. I see you, Law and Crime. But I see Law and Crime has it set for 9:30. So whatever happens today will adjust. If they start it later or like later in the morning, we'll adjust the time. Yeah, I didn't realize it was double audio. Sorry, guys. Amazing. Great way to start the morning. So yeah, let me set it up over here. Hope you guys are doing great. I don't know what to expect this trial. Okay. Viewer discretion is advised. All right. This is this stuff is for adults. I don't have a kid audience anyway. My demographics is 18 and up. All right. Let me see. Ba-da-da. Show me the meaning of being lonely. Tell me why I can't be that way where you are. There's something missing in my heart. Look, here's the demographics. By the way, I slept all right. I slept decent. I got so much done this weekend. I was preparing for this trial. I wanted to make sure this place was clean, had laundry done, groceries. But Maddie's eating a lot more. I feel like I need to buy Maddie like more snacks and stuff for her. These, the growth spurts. Man, she be like every hour. Feels like sometimes. All right. So here's the demographics. Okay, we don't got children over here. People trying to cancel everybody. We don't got children over here. Okay, and for the adults, it's a trial. It's a murder trial. Okay, so don't come, knocking on my door later. No, iCkEdMeL. Why? Whoa. Glare. Holy shit. Good morning. It's early. Aren't you, I thought you were like in Cali. Huh? Where you at? Wow, it's early, man, for you, right? It's like, 6 in the morning? I think you're in Cali. I don't know why I think you're in Cali. Thought you were Cali. Riza Cat, good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Says, good morning, Mel. Thank you for having us this morning. No, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. It's early. I know for some people it's early. Oh, they're using Court TV feed or the Court TV clip. Okay. Annie Taylor, what's up? Thank you for the 2-month membership. Got all my housework done and ready for this morning. Yeah. I was, this weekend was mostly clean this place type of weekend. I did really good. I'm kind of like proud of myself. I did most of the laundry. I wiped down this desk. I got some eggs. I'm about to start peeling. Cali about you. I'm probably way off, but I don't know why I thought that. So yeah, Taylor, man, for the people that don't know the story, I did a probable cause. It wasn't really probable cause. I think it was a criminal complaint technically, but it's in the playlist. I gotta add this to the playlist. I gotta put a playlist in the description. So yeah, if you want to know the details, I'm receiving enough video. That's not a good way to start the morning. I would check out that video. This is basically a woman that murdered. It's not her boyfriend because apparently she was married at the time. This is a story out of Wisconsin. She was married at the time, but they dubbed him as a lover. I don't know, some guy she was having sex with. And, they were both high on meth apparently. And she claims, he took out the chains and they had 2 chains and she put a chain around his neck. I guess she put one around hers. She started choking him and didn't stop. She claims she blacked out while choking him, came back and continued to keep choking him. I'm assuming maybe he was like tied down. I don't remember. And she killed him. She gave, graphic detail. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we're going to see during this trial. I've seen things where they show explicit stuff. I've seen things where they don't. I guess I don't know. I guess it's on whoever's in the courtroom, how they're going to do it. So yeah, I have no idea what to expect because like after she killed him, for those that listen to that affidavit thing, she like play with his body basically in a sexual way for like hours after he was dead. It was pretty crazy. And then they're trying to say, because I thought one of the charges was like, it's buffed. How's the connection, by the way, guys? Yeah, because my YouTube says, did it fix already? It says YouTube is not receiving enough video. Let me refresh it. Hopefully it'll iron out. Because my Streamlabs is saying it's fine, but YouTube's saying it's not receiving enough video. Maybe it's because I'm at a still screen. No, it shouldn't matter. I don't know why it says that. So, and then the other issue we have coming up is the Koberger trial and Sarah Boone. I don't know if they got pushed back again, actually. I got to check. They're both set for the same date. If the Koberger trial happens, we're definitely doing that. I'm not going to put too much thought into it because so many things can happen between now and then. So I'm just wait and see attitude, Just wait and see what happens. I'm most of the time I'm dealing with today and tomorrow. That's about it, Excuse me, mostly today. I wish this YouTube thing would go away here. Shouldn't be saying that, YouTube error. Okay. I restarted the modem yesterday. I didn't restart it this morning. I was figuring that should be enough. Stream settings, stream health. Let's see. Hopefully it'll iron itself out in a little bit. Oh, it got continued again? There you go. And I wouldn't be surprised if something else happens with the Koberger thing, or they don't stream it. I don't know. There's still. Oh, there was this video. I don't know if we have time to watch it now. We might. I don't know if we have. Oh, yeah. Court TV came out. I was scrolling my feed a little bit this morning, and I woke up, and you gotta see this. I didn't watch it. I was just kind of laughing at the thumbnail at first, a little bit. Who knows what the contents is, but it says here, exposed hoaxes, breaking down infamous fake crimes. I just laughed because I saw they put Rudy in there. I don't know if they're talking about, it's a 42-minute video. They might not be talking about Rudy, but I just thought it was funny that he got thrown in the thumbnail when they're talking about hoaxes. Because that whole thing is still questionable, the Rudy thing. And I'm surprised. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. There's still a lot of interest in Carly. I did an off the cuff short video last night in hopes to like just do a little bit of update on Carly, but also let everybody know again that we're streaming this morning. Still not fixed. Not receiving enough video. I'm streaming in 1080, right? Let me see. Make sure I'm not doing the wrong resolution. I changed it last minute because I had it in 480. Let's see. I'm gonna go inside. Yeah, 1080. Let me put a little poll. Is everything smooth? Let me just run a poll for you guys. Smooth stream. Come on, YouTube. I do have enough bitrate set, so that's weird that it's doing that. I have 6,000 bitrate going, so it should be more than enough. Let me make sure I have the top. Yeah. I might have to do a restart every morning. Smooth like butter. All right, let's just leave it then. We'll leave it and write it out. Let's watch a little bit of this Court TV thing though, I guess, till they start. Jussie Smollett.
Thursday night, July 13th at 9:34 p.m. Hoover, Alabama, 911 received a call from a 24-year-old.
We know all this already. Larry Hoover. Under God. Oh, Juicy Smollett.
being hoaxes. Investigations into crimes and abductions that ended up being hoaxes. Jussie Smollett, Sherry Papini, and the disappearance of Rudy Farias.
Oh, Lord. John says, what's my provider? I have AT&T fiber optic. I have 2 gigabytes down, 2 gigabytes up. So, yeah, there should be like no whatever.
Then we'll bring in our experts to investigate why people do this, how they get caught, and what eventually happens to the hoaxsters as we continue to investigate the mysterious case of Carly Russell.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. Wow. Through the years, we've come across quite a few hoaxes that I've covered. I mean, one of the most bizarre ones, and I was on the air for this as it was happening, was Balloon Boy.
Oh.
Do you remember Balloon Boy? First of all, I couldn't believe this was happening, right? And I'm like, really? Like, there's a little boy in a balloon and he's flying across the country and we can't do anything and we're worried about him?
I should do that story sometime. One of my favorite ones that I've done, if you haven't seen it, is the Basement Boy story, Nancy Grace. That was freaking wild. Nancy Grace. Smooth stream, 5% say no. Okay, 95% say yes. Suggestion. Okay. That's weird. I wonder if I should like disconnect it and reconnect it.
It was insane, right? It was insane. And that was sort of some sort of publicity stunt or something by this very bizarre family. And the poor little kid who was supposed to be in the balloon, wasn't in the balloon, spilled the beans live on television. It was quite a scenario. But that hoax a little different than some.
Let me do this real quick. Let me just stay right there. Don't leave. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect Streamlabs. The YouTube stream will stay live. Just hang on for 1 second. Let me just come right back. I hope don't leave or I'm going to have a knip shit. Let me see. This won't end, right? Okay, no. Let me take off auto stop. I should be able to leave. Right? Hopefully it doesn't end. Wait. Do I do it? Do I not? It should stand commotion. All right, let's see. Bum, 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 bum. You guys see me? We're still here? Oh, wait. Okay, I think I fixed it. Bum, 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 bum. All right. All right, I fixed the, it says excellent now. For the 5%, I disconnected and reconnected. Come on over, baby. Right, amazing. All right.
Some of the other ones that we've covered because.
Yeah, my favorite, that balloon thing, that's my favorite one, man. The Nancy Grace one. I had so much fun making that video. It's kind of a messed up story in a way it is, because I guess the kid seemed like he was being abused, but the whole faking the funk, the parent, everything. That video was so insane to me.
That one, at least they weren't alleging a crime, right? They were just like, oh my goodness, the kid's in the balloon. Jussie Smollett. He was alleging a hate crime. A hate crime. I mean, with props and everything, with the noose around his neck, and he fooled a lot of people because as an actor and celebrity, you come to the table, I guess, with a little bit of credibility, because why on earth would you ever make something like that up? But he did. And we saw all of that unravel in front of our own eyes. I mean, some people were skeptical from the beginning, but when people come forward, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? You don't presume that people are lying, and especially when the scenarios are so strange, like with Jussie Smollett, and 2 o'clock in the morning, getting a Subway sandwich. Like, where did that come from?
And I think there's still people to this day that believe him. Juicy Smollett. Okay, you want me to add a little slow time? Hold on a second. Slow-mo. And thank you guys for coming strong early this morning. I really, really appreciate that. I don't know what to expect from this trial, man. I think it's gonna be mostly like a mental thing where they're trying to prove she has mental problems and stuff. You know, I don't think they're gonna be trying to deny that she murdered. I forgot this guy's name. I have it here in my hold on a second. I have him here. Shad Tharion. I'm gonna have to pull up my notes, get things together.
Papini, this perhaps the most elaborate hoax ever. Almost got away with it. Most elaborate hoax ever, that she was abducted and branded, put in chains. I mean, she was all in on it. But eventually, the truth sort of bubbled out there. But again, all those resources and everything else. I mean, these are people that are making it up, making up a crime, pretending to be the victim.
Papini.
And just recently, we've had this case involving this young man, Rudy Farias, and his mother. And mother reported him missing for like 8 years, but he wasn't missing at all. Like, we're still a little confused by this one, and still trying to piece it together. But from what we understand, is like he was with his mother the whole time. Strange. Like, why? How? And think about, you know, the resources that go into the investigation and the attention that it gets, and whether you raise funds or do other things. There's attention being put on these cases that are not real cases. They're not real cases. These are people pretending to be the victim of a crime.
What do you guys think about that? John in the chat says, we're officially X now, Twitter's dead. What do you think about Elon rebranding and changing it to X? Twitter, let me see. If I go to Twitter, is he going to change the link to? X.com. Elon Musk. I'm changing brand. Oh, he actually is going to change it? Excuse me, I don't know what's going on. Drink some more water. According to Elon, Twitter's old logo will be blowtorched. X. The new wave.
And using the resources of investigators and the goodwill of the public.
That sounds geeky.
And it's a shame. So,
oh wait, that's
for
not
those
funny.
of you not familiar with
the
Jussie Smollett, Jerry Papini, and the Rudy Farias stories, we put this together for you.
No, we're talking about Twitter,
so you get a better idea of what happened in these 3 confirmed hoaxes.
Jussie Smollett claimed he was the victim of a racist, homophobic attack at the hands of 2 white men on the streets of Chicago in 2019. Smollett claimed the men punched him, poured bleach on him, and tied a noose around his neck.
I worked with an artist. I don't really want to say his name, but he stayed here. He went to Subway. He was walking by, and some guys, I don't know, they jumped him or something like that. And I just want to report it and make sure he's all right.
You want to take it off or anything?
I know, Jackie. It's so true.
While police were investigating the alleged attack, some people questioned the validity of the actor's claim.
That shit was so funny, though.
Jussie addressed the skepticism in a press.
At the end of his trial, I wonder if I have a clip somewhere. Jussie. He walked out screaming some shit, right? When he walked out of the trial. What did he say? That shit was funny. Try to see if I can find that. Thanks, Michelle. Good morning, guys, man. If you guys could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. Subscribe if you're not already. We're gonna see what this week brings for us. What's in store? I mean, it's thought to be a week. Could be shorter, could be longer, but probably it'll be within that time frame. Gwinnett, thank you so much for the membership. We got about a minute, I guess, before we get some live feed. Let me see if there's any other channels streaming it as well. I'm just kind of curious. I mean like news channels. I doubt it, but let's see. Maybe they only allow one camera in there. Taylor Schabusiness, and her husband's holding her down. I think he's currently locked up, but he's holding her down. He said, "I love you, baby, forever, always and forever." Bum, bum. Okay, we got some YouTubers streaming it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, yeah, everybody's gonna have to use Law and Crime. Cool. Oh yeah. J Latif. Yes. He was screaming, "I'm not unaliveable." Smollett. Good morning, man. Good morning. I'm ready, man. I did a little walk in the sun this morning. Walking in the sun. How's that song go? Oh, no. Did the sun, did a little jog. Slept pretty decent. Curious what we're going to have during this trial. I don't know if she's going to act out or not. You know, there was professionals with differing opinions about whether she was competent or not to stand the trial. And the one by the defense said no, but the one by the state said yes. And they also mentioned feigning. I think the state was trying to say that her issues are from drug abuse. Here we go. Well, they started kind of late. What's going on here?
Necessarily need to view it from that same
Court TV.
level of protection that's typically entitled to a defendant when they have a constitutional right to present a defense. And I certainly can cite case law for the court on that point. State v. Maggot is instructive on that. 2014 WI 67 essentially talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay, well, I received the report this morning, so I haven't even had a chance to review it. So at the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do, Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase one. This would apply to phase two if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided. But I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay, then as soon as the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have about 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled.
Okay, so they're waiting for the jury. We didn't miss anything, really. They limited the opening statements to 30 minutes. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. Is there usually a limit? I feel like with the Letitia trial, there wasn't a limit, was there? Opening? Or was there? I don't remember. I thought they went past 30 minutes. Oh, thank you guys so much. What we got here? This is, C West Life. Thank you for gifting the memberships. 7-month membership. Thank you so much. Your hair is fire, Mel. Thank you. Renee, thank you on Facebook for the stars. Kelly, thanks for the super chat, says, yes, we finally got a new trial with Mel. Yeah, it's only going to be a 1 week, though, but I guess it's good to kind of like exercising, stay in the motion, not fall out of it for too long, you know? I hope it's not a break every 15 minutes. I hope not. Yeah, because some trials are like that, right? I hope not. We'll see. I mean, I'm guessing they're going to be breezing through it. I'm also thinking the defense, I don't think they're, I mean, what could they possibly say during opening statements? I mean, Tisha's people were able to pull some crazy shit off. You remember Tisha? the opening statement with the defense? It's like they knew it was hopeless. They kind of almost didn't even try. It's like, I'll walk out of here if I have to. What's the point? I'll leave. I wonder if I could find that. Oh. Why even try? Like, yeah, bro. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Letitia. I don't know if I clipped that. Or maybe I put it on Twitter. Caught flipping the bird. Live intro. Yeah, I don't think I have that clip. I think it was day one though, but it was pretty funny. Good morning. You're good, Charlotte. You didn't miss anything. Just getting started. Just getting started in the morning rolling. So let me find out a little bit too what this let me see, Taylor Schuabusiness. Let's get some of the updates. We could also check back Court TV in a little bit. Murder trial. She even claimed that she liked it when she was choking him, I guess. When that part where she told the police where she was like, I think she said, you ever love something so much you want to kill it? It reminded me of Kanye West with that song. What's it called? Shit could get. Dun, dun, dun. Sometimes. What? How's the song go? Sometimes I scare myself. He's talking about like Kim, I thought, like killing her or something. Or his thoughts in his head. The gruesome murder. I wonder if there's like a witness list for this. You renewed? Thank you, Wayne. Let me get these other two members here. Annie, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says, got all my housework done, ready for this. Melissa, thank you for the 8-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. Pumped for a new trial. Mel emojis, hopefully. Well, we'll see. I really don't know what's to come. What's in store. Is this a death penalty case? No, I don't think so. Let's see what's on the line here.
Okay, the jury is assembled. Anything?
Business as insanity plea. Technically.
No, Mr. Freilich?
No.
I haven't heard anything about the death sentence at all with this trial. Let me see something. The death penalty was repealed in 1853. It has had no death penalties for over 150 years. Wow. No death penalty, yeah. Shh, Whisper, good morning. Sandra says Kanye West is nuts. I don't even like his music. I like his music. I definitely don't trust him. It's too finicky, wishy-washy. Switch up. all over the place, unstable.
Why don't you stay standing till everybody gets in? I could see you talking about it, so no problem. All right, be seated. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. The first thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. The purpose of an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we will continue to have 12, because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday, and I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case: not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether, at the time of the incident, the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Therian to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakinich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the garage, driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Hears a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene. You sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you'd get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's like a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare, that her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused.
Mom's gonna testify.
Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances, how they find the bucket and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant and she's providing them information that, no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating the parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Schabusiness, before this offense, and they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person. And you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing, there's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act.
Oh, so we're
not
gonna
one pull of a gun trigger.
We're gonna see the interview.
It's an intense act.
I'm so
You'll hear
curious
about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well.
See that.
She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes, so you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement.
You did say that.
Told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or shads. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is shads. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. Right. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the 3 crimes that the judge read off earlier. First degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse or dismembering a corpse, and then third degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count 1, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these 4 walls and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to one area. The defendant is guilty of these 3 crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all 3 crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Fraley, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, that was pretty quick. But
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors, beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Schuabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the District Attorney's Office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Schuabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses, and if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Schuabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was a Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakinich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. And there'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. And it has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that, both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Schuabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations. That the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakinich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and daughter Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No Taylor Schuabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture, clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That, I submit, was Taylor Schuabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, T-H-O-M-S. And law enforcement officers came over there, and my client came out of the apartment complex, and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment one, that was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms, and he was ordered to lay on the ground, and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Tomes, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there.
Lord almighty.
In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab, and his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There were sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there was boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shatherian as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kirk Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022. And that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she's 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer TJ Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay, and he saw that gold van parked outside, and he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Schuabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there was a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Denise Schuabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions, don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts, listen to what every witness has to say carefully, and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts.
What? Y'all tripping? Not guilty?
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness?
Oh, they're getting right to it.
Your Honor, may we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness?
All right, so this is interesting. It's so weird. I really wasn't expecting this toy to be like a point of contention. And so I guess we're going to have to talk about it because we're going to be talking about during trial. We'll see when it comes up. So they're trying to say that they can't prove this, the SA, the third degree SA, because I guess they said Shad's DNA wasn't on it. Bruh, that's what I say. I don't know what's going to happen in this trial. If you watch the video that I made, we were talking about the details. I didn't specifically say the toy, but I think I said toy. Because like I said earlier in the stream, after he was deceased, she messed around with him sexually for hours after, which is crazy, you know? So that's gonna be kind of wild. I'm very interested in like the interview videos that they said they have. I'm interested in the 911 call that could be coming from this. I'm also interested in there was something. Oh, the mother's testimony. That's gonna be probably pretty rough. She literally saw her son's head in a bucket. Bad Fisher Bear, thank you for the super chat. Says, haha, you keep your minds working and you'll see 80% of all crime that makes the news is fake. Allegedly, I can assure you this from the inside. Many worse crimes, no news. My French, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says, yes, so happy to be here.
Amy Shannon.
Amy Shannon. Who's that? That's somebody. Mema French, thank you so much for the membership, 3 months. Lady Butterfly, thank you for the 14-month membership. Says, good morning. Christy, thank you for the 5 months. Says, new cut, new trial. Way to go, Mel. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. If you guys can hit the like button, we're here. So they said Mimi Shannon. Mimi Shannon.
Please raise your right hand.
I feel like
You solemnly
that's...
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Oh, Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So we're just take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody out who can take it.
Okay. Audio problems. I hope it's not a problem for us to hear the audio, because sometimes in these trials, it's an issue for us to hear the audio. What was she on? She was on meth. We're gonna have to come up with another word for it. She was on that, what she called it, the bitch.
It's booting up, so I keep listening.
Okay, so witness Amy Shannon.
It's loading again, so it's rebooting. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but
Gotta get their systems upgraded. Trials. Amy Shannon. No, this is too friendly.
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions? They're relatively brief.
sure. Why don't we do that?
Let's do that. Yeah.
Will give us some more time. So go ahead, Mr. Lezak.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications, such as the 911 Dispatch Center.
Oh.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 Dispatch Center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 Center, given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 Center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe, at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the
call?
Recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
You heard that.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them
Is it the
just
mother,
as
though?
any other evidence.
The call?
Please listen carefully. Some parts
could be
might
intense.
be hard to understand.
County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woken me up to swear that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just that Y.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down. I can't tell what the fuck. It's part of my language. I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah.
And whose head is it?
She's claiming it's her son.
How old is her son?
24, 25.
Has he been missing, or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then now all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, stand on line. And you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted the toe, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket.
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think?
I don't think so. I went down and there's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. She's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Packanick?
How do you spell that?
Oh, holy shit. You want to spell it? P-A-K-A-N-I-C-H.
N-I-C-H. What's her first name?
Tara. P-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
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 Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay. What's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right, can I talk to her?
Yes, you can.
This is wild.
Hello? Hi, Kara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Are you positive my son's head is in a bucket, a yellow bucket in my basement?
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket.
And what did you see?
A head!
Exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
I can't believe this shit.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And because he doesn't normally stay here, he was going to stay here for a few days, got left the laundry. He was here a couple hours, then he left with Taylor. And they had some big Taylor.
Who's that?
Girl. Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
Alright,
He went to middle school and high school with her.
Okay.
I don't know if he doesn't live with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25 and I'm going to basement.
Alright.
What are you doing? You know what I mean?
Alright, well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start. And I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were out in the basement. I heard them off and I looked around and I looked there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they were out here all day yesterday. They were pissing in a bucket. And then I looked and that is not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shadirian.
C-H-A-D?
S-H-A-D.
How do you spell his last name?
T-H-Y-R-I-O-N.
What's his date of birth?
9797.
Is there blood down there?
No.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now. Okay.
Head over. Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away.
From that area, but we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay. Yep.
We can answer the door and stuff.
Okay. All right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping.
Excuse me.
My 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
So they do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay. Just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try. Okay.
My heart is gonna jump out of my head being so.
And I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
Oh my god, dude.
I'm not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay.
All right.
This is insane, dude. Can you double check, please? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we asked that next. Jesus.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system, and regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded and it stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disc or something?
Yes, and then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in-house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the District Attorney's Office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And then they kept it in their custody?
As far as I know.
Okay. But 911 Dispatch Center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Wow. Okay.
Correct.
What a way to start the day. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Man, bro. So that was the mother's boyfriend. Okay, the mother had a boyfriend. So I guess the boyfriend called for the mother, and then they asked, "Hey, can you put her on the phone?" And so they put the mother on the phone.
State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Oh, Wanish. This is from the criminal. I mean, the criminal complaint. He was on there as well. Wild, but wild. She could have been in shock. Some people were saying she was very calm for finding her son's head. She could have been in shock. I would have been pissed though. Like, I mean, I guess maybe the dispatch was shocked too. But I'm like, bro, how many times? That's it. They said there's a head in a bucket. Send somebody. It's 20. Well, I think that was what year was that? 2022. Sure, the dispatcher's got to be used to all this kind of crazy calls.
Have a seat. Turn and face her, and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
A head in the bucket. Send the cops.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, W-A-N-I-S-H.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
Okay. So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
Okay. And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side. I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
Were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Plonke arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend, and we started talking to them. And then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plonke remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. Was that Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name of Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Plonke stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay, and then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off?
Yes.
I had Officer Plonke come downstairs and just verify we had in fact found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting back to back. So we're gonna get body cam?
Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection? No objection. Thanks, Gil.
Trial starting out hot. 911 call and body cam? Okay. Wow. Sometimes there's a lot of, it takes a while to really see some of this stuff. I'm glad we're getting things straight out the gate. Oh yeah, I don't know if we're actually gonna be able to see it though. That's true. They might not show it, but heads up, viewer discretion advised in case they do show it.
Wow. I am playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision. And she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck is it?
Do you want to stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Oh, right there. Look right, there's a button with a towel on it.
Just keep an eye on this too.
I don't know what they're gonna show. Just a heads up. So this is the basement, I guess. Where they cut it off. Okay. Wow.
Dude, it is. Come here. Okay, hold on 1 second. Jeez.
You guys crazy in the chat. Lord Almighty. Oh, that's the bed too. Look at that. The bed.
Hold on, just. That's real, right? That's real low. Alcohol, I got 4 Ed1 to 82 Sam.
They're probably like shocked, like what the, like they probably didn't believe this shit was happening. A head?
I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here.
Yeah, they were surprised. What's a 961? Wisconsin. Oh, that's so narcotic or controlled substance. So they thought maybe these people were high or some shit on drugs.
If there's anybody supposed to be here.
Wow.
Was that Fred 1?
Oh, Lord. What are we going to see here now? Lord Almighty.
No for right now.
Mattress.
If we could get some more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got.
Jesus, that's the bucket right there.
House for sure.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, you really don't see blood anywhere. That's what somebody were talking about. This is incredible. I wonder if that's the shower too, that where she cleaned up. Oh no. This is crazy, man. Just coming to a scene and all you see is a head in a bucket. Thank you, Winnie. Wow. When I look up 961 police call for Wisconsin, it says if a person possesses a controlled substance, put a Schedule 1, Schedule 2.
We're gonna obviously contain this area, okay? So we're having some more.
I don't know.
Okay, and for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes 59 seconds, was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, Officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, Which door to the residence did you enter through?
Would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Plonke, was that the officer who is also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was the next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had two other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Plonke, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city, so Officer Plonke and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakinich?
Yes.
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Plonke, correct?
That is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes.
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
That is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakinich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement?
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter, Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
Yes.
It's right off the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seemed to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakinich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
Yes.
Did they indicate that Shadtherian would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement?
Correct.
And you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes.
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
Correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes.
Was the open room to the right?
Yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
Okay. And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything over the bucket?
There was a striped towel.
Okay. And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Okay. Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Okay. Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on, do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I get out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car, so I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Plonke to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakinich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us as far as Steven couldn't tell what it was, and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes.
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
That's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see Taylor Schuabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping?
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Plonke?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence as the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakinich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Okay. Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to Taylor Schuabusiness was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
Okay. And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested a supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
Okay. And did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did, because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, he did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Officer Ethan Plonke.
Ethan Plonke, I think you said. What's up, everybody? Welcome. I think you said Ethan Plonke. Let him. Gotta be something different. Good morning, Cheeks. Thank you for the super chat. For those asking, not the attorney she attacked. Elizabeth Mayer, thank you for the 21 months.
Before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Good morning, Mel. Glad you're covering this trial for us. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Plonke, and I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you can just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will. The witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you, Officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane
I
that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
Okay. And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakinich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away, and in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Stephen, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Stephen to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, and by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
Well, after they were transported?
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Officer Plonke, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Stephen, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up, stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street?
Yes.
And the two of you officers walked up?
Yes.
And it was dark outside, there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakinich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Okay. Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out?
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too? Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then did she, what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
And at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
Backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand, when you were there? Tara Pakinich, Steve Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
Okay. When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Steven and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe that it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area, is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there?
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like their reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook?
It would have encompassed the front door.
And the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect? No, thank you. Thank you, you're excused.
Thank you.
All right.
Gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. I'll rise for the jury.
Okay. So a little 10-minute break. Taylor, they're popping. So it's moving pretty quickly so far. And we got to hear the 911 call. I posted that 911 call on YouTube and Facebook. If you want to hear it again, you can. The body cam I'll post later. And we're going to go over some information of this case now in this 10-minute break. Give them a second to walk out. And I'll get the super chats and members chats as well. And anybody in the chat. Let me just check this real quick.
Counsel, anything to bring up before we take a recess, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Very good. So 10:15.
All right, so they're taking a little 10-minute break. Let's see. A lot of people. Let me get some of these chats and we'll go over some of the articles. I know a lot of people asking questions. There's a playlist for this story. One of the videos that you should watch is the one where I did the complaint. It's a short video. It's very detailed and it goes into what happened the night of. They're pleading not guilty. I guess the only thing I can think is they're gonna try to go the mental route. I just don't know what exactly they're gonna say because she admitted and told them a lot of this stuff. I haven't seen it. I've seen some of the from the complaint, like some of the transcript a bit, but she went there and said she did this thing. She murdered him and she, with the chain around his neck, squeezed it until he couldn't breathe anymore, until he started coughing blood. And after he was deceased, used these toys, which apparently, I can't even believe this. I guess at some point in this trial, the dildo thing is going to be a point of contention. They were saying something about no DNA, so they're trying to say there shouldn't be a sexual assault charge. And they said too, a lot of the things that she said during this police interrogation or interview, which I'm very curious to see because I want to see her facial expressions and her demeanor and how that's going to be graphic when they go that. I mean, I think we've read most of it already, but I want to see her expressions and her admittance of guilt. Are they going to say she was just under drugs or like mental influence, so she didn't know what she was doing, or it wasn't her? I don't know what. It's kind of odd. Pretty weird. Let me get this one article. Oh, Lord. All right, let's do this first here. Feel a little sleepy. It's early though. It is early to feel sleepy. Oh, let me get the super chats first. So we got Cheeks already. Joanne Nelson, thank you for the super chat. Is she sleeping again? Caden Hunt, thanks for the super chat. Says, imagine the love of your life do this to you. So sad. Well, this woman was married, and I guess they're dubbing them lovers because they weren't even together. They were just like friends. Cheeks, thank you for the super chat. Says, if I was the defense, I'd do a lot. I'd be like, I got nothing. Y'all saw the video. The hell am I supposed to ask? Let's wrap this up. No 2 weeks needed. Yeah, I guess that's why it's just 1 week. Sandra, thank you so much for the super chat. Red Door Woman, thank you for the membership. Selena, thank you for the 18 months membership. Thank you for covering this, Mel. Love the chat. Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate that. There was somebody else earlier too. Let me see. Hold on. Bees on Mars. This happened with the Murdoch trial. 911 dude probably sent the cops right away. He was gathering details / evidence for the investigation. True, that's likely. Very likely. Lex Lux, thank you for the 9-month membership. iCkEdMeL mods chat. I'm blooping you. Thank you. Kelly E, thank you for the 13 months. Jesus Christ. That guy needs to be fired. Love you guys. Love you, Mel. Thank you. Shannon Rozak, thank you for the membership. Jane Brooke, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for covering this trial, Mel. It's like hanging out with a good mate. Mate. Keeping it real and fun at the same time. Another name for meth is crank. Like crank. Blue meth. Summer Butterfly, thank you for the 3 months. What kind of person could do this? It's horrible. Glenna, thank you for the stars on Facebook. Says, thank you, Mel. You appreciate it. Thank you. Brooklyn Cares, thank you for the super chat. This poor family, I can't imagine. Yeah, I guess the mother's going to be testifying. That's going to be something else to see. And Dolly B, thank you so much for the super chat. So, get a bigger screen. Butcher victim who was Shad Therion and what happened to him. So in a grisly tale of a meth-fueled killing, a woman stands accused of strangling Therion to death, butchering his remains, and leaving his severed head in a bucket. Taylor Schabusiness is a 25-year-old married woman, which, by the way, and I was covering this previously on another stream, her husband stands by her. He fully supports her, stands by her, ride or die. He's currently locked up for something. I don't know what. He's getting out. I think soon getting out. But he supports his wife. A married 25-year-old woman is charged with the brutal homicide and mutilation in SA of Shad Therion, 25 years old. That's one of the pictures of him. Who was Shad? He was born in 1997 in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Theron is reported to have attended Bayport High School with Schabusiness, and both left school without graduating. In 2021, he's been arrested for disorderly conduct and resisting an officer. He is described in his obituary to have been a kind and compassionate person, a talented artist who also enjoyed wood carving. His uncle Nathan said that Theron's death is devastating and branded his killer as a monster. We'll read that too. What happened to him? At around 3 a.m. on February 23rd, 2022, Tara Pakanik, that's the person we kept hearing, made the horrific discovery of her son's severed head in a bucket in her basement, according to the criminal complaint. The authorities quickly arrived at the home of the west side of Green Bay and were told by the victim's mother that Schuabusiness was the last person to have seen him alive. Authorities quickly caught up with the accused, who was reportedly found in her home with dry blood on her clothing and hands. Upon searching Schuabusiness's vehicle, police found a crock-pot box with additional human body parts, including legs. Wow. Victim's penis. Oh, I didn't even realize that his penis was also in the bucket. Additional body parts were later recovered, including an upper torso and other internal organs in a storage tote bag. I mean, this is insane, bro. When police interviewed Schuabusiness and asked her what happened, she reportedly responded, "That's a good question," and claimed to have blacked out. She and the victim were having sex, smoking meth on February 22nd. Then after arriving at the victim's mother's home, Schuabusiness said they incorporated chains into their activities. She allegedly strangled the victim after going crazy. She told investigators that while she did not mean to kill him, she liked choking him, according to the complaint. Police also said that she admitted to performing oral on the victim and using toys on his body, dead body. That's the biggest one, dead body. And the crazy thing with that, and the reason we have to kind of talk about that as well, even though it's graphic, is that the defense, at some point too, so you ain't gonna believe this shit. They tried to say that the SA stuff shouldn't be SA because he was already dead. Let's see where that's at. Or not a person. What was that whole thing? It was some crazy shit. Let me see. Okay. I can't even with this shit. Defense argues victim, not a person after death. So because of this SA that she was doing, they were saying that SA should be dismissed. I guess the new bruise that the defense is trying to do, now they're trying to say, well, there's no DNA on the toy or something like that, or it's inconclusive. I should say that, inconclusive. I think that's the wording that they said. So I guess they're going to try all kinds of things to try to get some charges dropped. Which is kind of like a slap in the face somewhat, ain't it? Prosecutors alleged that the toy was used on the victim, but the defense motion claimed that the state lab report was inconclusive for DNA evidence. So that's going to be like a mess. When that part comes up, it's going to come up because they talked about it in the opening statements. They're saying the DNA evidence is inconclusive, which is freaking wild, bro. I really want to hear, like I said, this interrogation or this interview, because according to the complaint, she admits she did this shit, bro. Like, to me, it's like, what else is there to talk about after that? I mean, I guess I know they have to go through the motions of like DNA and evidence, but she admitted this crap. I mean, and what she said, according to the prosecution and police, what she said corroborates what was found at the scene. Jesus. Schuabusiness responded that the police were going to have fun trying to find all his organs she dismembered as she dismembered the body. The young woman told detectives that that most body parts should be in the basement, but there should be a foot or a leg in the minivan. The medical examiner later confirmed that the victim died of strangulation. So who is Taylor Schuabusiness? She's a 25-year-old married woman to a man named Warren. Recently became a mother to a son. Amazing. In July, she pleaded not guilty in court after being arraigned on charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree SA. She was being held on $2 million bond. Wow. Mamma mia. Oh, and then she had that outburst in court where she attacked her attorney. Crazy, bitch. Crazy. I don't know if this was her trying to hope that they let her get off on shit, or that she could try to get off on, yeah, I'm crazy. Look, I attacked this guy. This guy quit. I saw some other people asking, oh, they're back. Oh, they're about to come back. I saw some people asking about the attorney. That attorney quit. He said, F this job. I ain't doing this shit. Quit. Next break or whatever, we'll do a little bit of Shad. We'll take a look at his obituary to see what his family said about him, and then there's a Daily Mail article that has more pictures of Shad. There's not many pictures I didn't really look. I seen a few of them. I feel like maybe 3 or 4 pictures. Yeah. All right. Shad Therion, 24. And so I guess the layout of the houses they were describing, there's like a upper level, then there's the level floor, and then there's a basement. So you walk in, there's that level, there's an upstairs, that's where the mother and the boyfriend stay or sleep, and then there's the basement. Yeah, that attorney was gone, bro. I'm out of this shit. F that. Rather be in Maui. Thank you so much, new subscriber to your channel. This is going to be crazy if she testifies. Oh, look, she's smiling too. Look at what? Oh, hell nah. Smiling, appearing confident. Got that Letitia hairstyle, whatever that shit. I don't know what they call that. Letitia hairstyle. Smiling. Okay. I hope they don't start flirting and stuff too, like the other one. Millie, also, the rapper, he got, the trial was a mistrial. The jury couldn't decide. I guess they have to let him out, right? That guy Melly, but they can still try him again. But yeah, they couldn't come to a decision. No, the guy is 25. She's actually, I thought, pretty young too, I think. But I don't know, you're right. She was 24 also at the time. 24-year-old. She's young. She's 40 or 50. No, I'll give her 40.
Sir, if you want to come right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand to place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kurt Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
What?
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year. At about 3:24 a.m., did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Plonke arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of this residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
Okay. And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with 2 individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
Okay. And I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
Okay. And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of...
Objection hearsay, Your Honor?
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
A piece that would appear to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay. So the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
That's it. Oh.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant Brester, morning.
Morning.
You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Plonke and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
Okay. And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence?
Yes.
And who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Steven.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not what they're saying. I don't know if they're in shock, but it's, yeah, they were. He appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think there was nothing.
I've been drinking too.
Out of the ordinary at the time.
You were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down in the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down the basement, and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was, and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the bucket, and we opened it up, and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there, Plonke and Wanish?
I believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay, just to maintain?
Right.
And then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant who was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
Okay. This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I know. I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Steven, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schuabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that people were somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour, I was there.
Okay. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left, and then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south, with the living room on your right and then a bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay, and that's all there is to the first floor. It's it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah.
There's a separate garage there?
There was a detached garage, correct.
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakinich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Plonke, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Okay. Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakinich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Abel Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yep.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so
I
much.
ain't got shit.
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down.
I don't know if there's a purpose for some of the stuff he's asking. I don't know. Like, it reminds me of Letitia's defense.
Witness, Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Stephen Hendricks. That they're just asking shit just to ask it, just to fill some shit in. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure maybe the attorneys know. But Stephen Hendricks. Maybe it's with a P, I don't know. Did you show up to the scene? Did you use your flashlight? I mean, we just saw the
Step up
body
over
cam.
here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her.
Was
and
your
raise
flashlight
right hand
on?
to place you under oath.
Did you have your headlights on to your car? Where did you park?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone so we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes.
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50.
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
Okay. And does he still live on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West Side.
All right. How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara.
Oh.
And what's Tara's last name?
Packing it.
Is the boyfriend?
Are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes.
All right. And how long has that been?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
Part-time Ava.
Okay.
Her
And
daughter.
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And is she still a juvenile?
Yes.
Did Tara have any other children who, on occasion, would be at the house?
Yes.
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes.
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess, what was that arrangement?
It was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
Yes.
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different occasions.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes.
And who did you go to dinner with?
With Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes. East Side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe. I'm not positive, but
Okay. And then were you there for a little bit of time?
yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home, do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had contact with Taylor?
Yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
Okay. So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
All right, so he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
All right. And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
About 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
All right. And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key, I guess.
And did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Okay. Is that kind of
It's
locked?
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
at
always
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah.
Was anyone with him?
Yes.
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for them?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No.
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
Yes.
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
No.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No.
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
Straight down the steps.
So it's
Right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
So they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes.
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
Yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room. That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, Do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes.
Would that be the 22nd?
Be the 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning, and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes into the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did she take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were they?
they're just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a thicker frame?
No, not really.
But just like more than a wear frame?
Yeah, it's just they're black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was aware of.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
Okay. So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
All right. And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
Well, it wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking, and I came home and passed out.
Okay. Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean? Other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
It had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes.
And Tara had woken you up?
Yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling you?
I don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point she comes back and tells you some information?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed a bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out, but all I seen was like hair, like an animal or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, you contemplate what to do, I think you said?
Yeah, we go back up to the second floor bedroom. And I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, you know, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. I mean, she woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then it took me about 10 minutes to get through to because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
What?
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
What? Call the regular number? You didn't call 911? What? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If you guys could hit the like button, thank you for stopping by. Pretty crazy, intense so far this morning. I think that warrants a 911 direct call.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah.
And did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
Well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Good morning.
Shad Therian is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakinich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Therian, correct?
Correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that.
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom?
Well, more Tara.
Okay. But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
Okay. And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Therian?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that, yeah.
Okay. The last time you saw Shad Therian was when?
About 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so, Monday.
Was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakinich and then with Shad Therian?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not till late that night.
On February 22nd of 2022?
Yeah, I think that's what it would be, 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, his key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schuabusiness and she had theory and then went right down the basement?
Yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
Okay. You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were waiting for them, correct?
Yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department, non-emergency line?
Non-emergency line, yes.
Okay. And then you asked to have someone come over?
Yep.
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
Yes, 2 officers.
Okay. And that's at that side door, correct?
Correct.
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay. And Tara?
She has a Volkswagen.
Okay. And they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
Yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
Okay. They went down in the basement?
Yep.
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay. And you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakinich? Was she sitting
right
at the
next
table?
to me.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time, and right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have issues with your vision?
A little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir,
Yeah.
you didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry?
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakinich was seeing things, is that correct?
Having mental issues, I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just, I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were, when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
Okay. And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakinich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, and you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do?
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or not?
I didn't know whether to call 911 or I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Testing.
Then I'd ask the witness be excused from any subpoena and sequestration order, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Pack.
I messed up the audio.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here.
There we go. I think that's
And before you
it's
have a
still kind of
seat,
low.
turn and face
Or
her
it's
and
gonna
raise
cut
your
out.
right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Testing. All right, that's better.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Packenick.
Oh, Mom.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, wow. We're getting a lot of, I don't know what the word is. Yes. Tara. Forgot it. I don't know how to spell it. Nick. Packenick. I have to find it. Tara Packenick. I'll just put Tara. Tara. Victim's mother. We're getting a lot of back-to-back because sometimes, the trials start and it's kind of, there's a lot of in between and kind of.
Accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and then we'll be back within 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take a look.
All rise for the jury.
There's a lot of times just like long periods of kind of just nothingness or like, and it probably will come later with the cops maybe. But like, did you touch the bag? How many times did you touch the bag? How did you seal it? What kind of adhesive? Was it plastic? Who was it handed off to? Who was it passed to? What building did it go to? What temperature did you keep the bag at? How many days was the bag in there? Like all kinds of shit like that.
You need to clarify with the media in the back that this is a victim and she's not to be live streamed. She's not to be videoed.
Oh, okay. So no live streaming.
My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it. Okay?
Oh shit. Just say you need to cut it.
Okay, it's been stopped. We're ready to have him back.
Well, it's still up. So when he says live stream, does it mean that you can't show her face? We can just listen? Or we're not gonna be able to listen at all? I think they're gonna cut it. Are they gonna cut it? The judge said it with sass too. Tara Packard. Thank you, BL. Tara Packard. I wonder, maybe they just mean, I don't know what that means. They're not going to just show her face, or they're not going to show her at all.
Everybody can have a seat.
Yeah, I think they just can't show her face. Oh, they're going to mute it. Wow, so yeah, we don't get to hear nothing. That's interesting. I guess it depends on the state. Wow. I guess it depends on the state because with Gannon Stouck, the parents, well, I think we heard their audio at first. We didn't see them on camera at first, right? I think that's how they did it. They showed let's see what they're going to do. I don't know. Maybe they just won't show her face because I've seen where they just don't show the person's face, but you can hear them talk.
Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders.
Well, we get to hear. The chat going crazy.
Tara, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49.
All right. And where do you live?
On Stony Brook Lane in
Oh, they are going to mute it? I guess not. Maybe they're trying to find out. No audio, I guess? Oh. Wisconsin honors Marcy's law. Let's see. Testing. I don't know why the mic's being all kind of funny. I guess you guys can hear me fine. Gonna have to adjust that later. Let's see. Marcy's law. Heard of that. Wisconsin. I mean, I guess it makes sense. She's found the head of her son. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's going to be graphic, probably emotional. I guess it depends on the state. As a victim, you have the right to prevent the disclosure of information or records that could be used to locate or harass you or your family, or which could disclose confidential or privileged information about you. I mean, they've said her name in trial, though. But I guess, yeah. I wonder if they asked her or they just do it. I wonder if they give them a choice. Law and Crime has footage of Taylor. Oh, let me see. Maybe we got at least watch facial expressions of Taylor. I want to see Taylor's face. Oh, yeah, they do have that. Oh, okay, so I can get some different camera angles. That's good to know. So, all right, cool. We could have a Taylor cam. I didn't realize that. Thank you for telling me that in the chat. All right. I want to see Taylor's face close up. Oh, they switched it now. Oh, they're trying to up the ante, huh? They're trying to compete. All right, I see you. Cool TV trying to turn up. Well, all right. Well, what we have on camera, I guess I can find some stuff to talk about. The criminal complaint, I've read that. I mean, I could play it for you. I'm not going to sit and read it because I already uploaded a video, but I could play the video if you want to listen to it again. You know what I'm saying? Work smarter, not harder. I did that video to make things easier for myself. So I can play it if you want to. For people that, I can put a poll in the chat if you want to. I can play the video. So I already pre-recorded a video if you want to hear the criminal complaint. Or I could look up other stuff to talk about with Therion. I need to get myself some caffeine too. I was up really late cleaning. Oh, there was this weird story. I don't know how. Police, woman does karate. Is this a real website? Hold on a second. Looks like a real website. KCRG local news. No! Stop. This is a different story. I don't know what this says. A mother and son are in custody after causing a ruckus at a Walmart. This is from 2019. Police in Wisconsin said their dog chipped in too. The Eau Claire Police Department identified Lisa Smith and her son Benny Van as the suspects. Investigators said the dog named Bo. The dog's name is Bo. On Wednesday, responding officers said they found Smith yelling in a doorway trying to summon Bo. Smith allegedly brought Bo into the store without a leash, so he easily ditched his owner and started running up to unsuspecting customers. While Bo was doing that, Smith began tearing apart their store displays and placing them in a shopping cart. Walmart staff asked her to leave and she complied. Police said she left the store to perform karate moves in the parking lot. Bo, on the other hand, had not been brought to heel. By the time anyone found him, he was on his way out of the store with a box of Jiffy cornbread muffin mix in his mouth. Police arrested Smith, but it wasn't without a fight. She allegedly kicked a patrol car window when they finally got her in custody. Meanwhile, police said that Van was running amok inside the store. He allegedly stole all of his clothes in the rear. Oh no, he allegedly took off all of his clothes in the rear of Walmart and exposed himself to everyone. Fortunately for them, he tried to cover himself by putting on the clothes Walmart had on the racks. Even so, police said he didn't try to purchase them, so it was also a crime. Damn, they look crazy. Wisconsin. Wow. A different Wisconsin story. Woman does karate, son gets nude, and dog steals cornbread mix. Amazing. Okay. Oh, so Law and Crime says that the witness requested this. So let me just have this set up. When we get back to the regular screen and we get audio, I'll be able to have a Tisha cam, a Taylor cam. Let me see. Right screen will be set up for when they go back. I might be able to actually make a nicer screen once they return back. Got something nice for you guys after. See, Law and Crime says no sound. Witness requested no audio or video. So they're honoring the witness's request. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Respect that. They can do that. So later on when we come back, I'll figure out something. The screen is going to change up. They just have a full screen on Taylor. Actually, Law and Crime is a little bit sharper. I like the sharper image. Ooh. A little bit sharper and more color depth, I think. A little bit less washed out. I like that. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to step it up. I don't know why they're streaming in 720, but all right, yeah. Whenever they come back, I'll fix a nice little screen for us. We'll see what we can do. We can have a Taylor cam, a couple of different cams, maybe even better quality. I don't know if Law and Crime's gonna keep switching it around. Per the judge's orders, no audio or video for this witness. And Law and Crime saying witness requested it. Okay, you gotta respect it, man. Gotta respect it. I mean, I just can't imagine. It's gotta be. I couldn't imagine. And then this guy too, the boyfriend, waking up and seeing this shit. I don't know why the attorney was asking about this glasses shit, the reading glasses, and did you see what was in the bucket and could you clearly see it type of shit. Oh, look at her facial reaction. She must be, I guess, from the mother. You think she really feels anything, this lady? Taylor? Cheesy Frog. Oh, by the way, let me get the chats as well. Cheesy Frog, thank you for the for gifting the memberships. Appreciate that, as well as Amy earlier. Thank you guys so much. Lisa, Lulu, thank you for the super chat. Says, will you cover Ryan's trial? It's supposed to start in August 18th. I would love to. If they do it and they stream it, I would love to. Miss Mojo Ryzen, thank you so much for gifting the membership. Somebody earlier gifted one too, and I forgot to save the name. I'm sorry. I see you looking at Andrews. Thank you for the 22-month membership. Bama256, thank you for the super chat. Says, I think the defense best shot is not guilty because of evil possession. I wonder if anyone has ever tried that. This bitch is too much for TV. Laura Wade, thank you for the super chat. Just because it's been a minute. Thank you. I hope you're doing good. Cat, and thank you for calling. I think you called the other night, right? Kelly Nurse Lori, thank you for the membership. Bees on Mars, thank you for the 2-month membership. Scoot over, Letitia. You're getting a cellmate. Nikki H, thank you for the membership. Lynn, thank you for the membership. Says, thanks, Mel. Anything on Jared from AWP? There's a hearing or something coming up. Rachel was telling me the other day. I forgot what day. Something's coming up for it. Okay. I can't read this. Too long, I think. Oh, maybe I can read this for the break. They're trying to establish the accuracy and credibility of the witness, just like asking all that weird stuff about you, while we're in establishing chain of custody of evidence, like what you do with the head. Where'd you go? Okay. Lisa Lulu also said, did they ever find Layla Cabot's body? No. To this day, she's still missing. Still MIA. I did cover the competency hearing, the last one. All right, we just did it this weekend or something, or whatever. Everything's a blur for me. But yeah, we did it. We covered that. Rich screen is the actual time. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. They're operating at different delays. I mean, there's nothing really real time. I mean, I'm watching it. They have some sort of delay. I'm watching them and you're watching me. So I have my own delay, 28 seconds delay for this type of latency. So, but between these two streams that we're watching, I'm not sure who's more up to date or not. It's probably by a few seconds. I'm not really sure. The Inception live streaming. Let me see what else we got. Okay. Let's see what else. So mom's up there testifying. Oh, Taylor Schuabusiness. Wonder if the hubby said anything. Her husband. Breaking. Drugged out woman strangles lover to death. Let's see. Taylor. Let me do this too. Put them on. I didn't get this caffeine, bro. I'm like crashing. Get the caffeine. Let me go get some caffeine. Oh. Yeah, she got a husband. He's locked up, but he's in full support of her. Let me see if I can get the Facebook. Somebody said maybe he commented something today. Let's see the husband. Who the husband? Okay, we got another stream. All right. Let me just mute it though. I don't want the volume to come later. Business. There he is. That's him. Who my baby daddy? Oh, my baby daddy. Report me for what? My name is Warren Chabot, and I'm the one that blessed Taylor with that last name Schuabusiness. Either way, I'm currently locked up on federal charges because I was framed. Anyways, I beat a conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine charge, and I pled to a possession with intent to deliver, which is the best deal I could get. So I was sentenced to 28 months because I already had 25 months at the time of sentencing. With this being said, just know I'll be out by January 2024, but possibly November or December this year. For the person who said they were going to report me, well, good luck with that, because my good time is my good time. Plus, in the federal prison, I earn FSA credits, making my sentence even shorter. So plan on Warren Schabusiness to be out soon. Now you know a little more about Warren, and trust me, come my release, there will be lots more to know about myself and my wife. Hashtag free my wife Taylor Schabusiness.
But you didn't see anyone in the basement?
I did not.
What?
And when you heard the door slam, did you hear any other noises?
Not that I recall.
After you saw what was in, what did you do next?
This from I'm not sure why Court TV got it. Oh, they did put it on. Everybody's putting it back on now? Okay.
And what did Steve do?
He got up and he went downstairs with me. And he looked in the bucket, but he could not verify that
And you
it
lived
was what I
together
thought
at,
it was.
Wonder why they're turning on audio for this part.
What did you and Steve do next?
We went back upstairs to the second floor, because that's where our phones were plugged in, and decided if we were calling 911 or the non-emergency number. And that's when we called.
The audio we heard earlier, was that the call that was made to law enforcement?
Yes,
That was you and Steve?
yes.
After that point, did officers arrive?
They did.
Are you able to
with regards to
approximate,
this whole,
you know, the time you hear the storm door slam to the time Steve and yourself call 911, about how long that is?
Not really. Time wasn't moving the same as it normally does after you notice that.
And then does officers arrive soon thereafter?
They did.
Thank you, Tara. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
thank you. You are Tara Pakanik.
I am.
You've been involved in a relationship with Stephen Hendricks for how long, ma'am?
Approximately 3 years.
And you live together at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
We do.
I think Judge
That's over by Fireman's Park area, right?
Yes.
With regards to Stephen, does he wear cheater glasses?
He does.
Does he sometimes have issues with missing his glasses or losing his glasses?
He does. I order 5 pair at a time.
Okay. Does he have difficulty seeing if he doesn't have his glasses?
Yes.
With regards to this case, you talked to police detectives, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Detective Groff, who's here, correct?
Yes.
You told him everything that you knew about this situation, correct?
Yes.
With regards to this home, you own the home?
I do.
And is it, it's got a basement, a ground level, and then an upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's kind of like 3 levels, so to speak?
So to speak.
Okay. Your bedroom and Stephen's bedroom is upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom up there?
No.
On the ground level?
The ground level there is.
Okay, and there's also is there a kitchen there?
Kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and you have a daughter, Ava Wheelock, correct?
Correct.
When this was all going on, she was 16, correct?
Yes.
Is she still 16?
No.
Okay, 17 now?
Yes.
Okay, and she was sleeping in the residence when the police came on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Hendricks have vehicles, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have, ma'am?
I have a Volkswagen.
Is it an SUV or what kind is it?
No, it's a Volkswagen Jetta.
Jetta, okay. And what kind of vehicle does Mr. Hendricks have?
A Subaru Forester.
And do you typically park them in the driveway?
Yes.
At your house, if you're standing in the street looking at your house, there's kind of a long driveway and then there's a garage that's detached, is that correct?
Yes.
Then there's the house. Your house is kind of like a Cape Cod style, correct?
Yes.
And then you have a backyard, is that fair?
We do have a backyard.
On February 23rd of 2022, when the Green Bay police officers came there to talk to you, is it fair to say that the only two vehicles that were in the driveway were the Subaru Forester belonging to Stephen and the VW Jetta belonging to you?
No. When I watched the video earlier, Ava's Toyota RAV4 was in the driveway.
Okay, she has her own car?
She does.
Okay. So there's basically three vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And they're all kind of parked in line on that driveway?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any gold minivan parked in your driveway on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. When the front door to your house, you don't really use that, correct?
Correct.
The main entrance is the side door off the driveway?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have curtains in the front of your house?
I do.
Okay. And on the front door as well?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the bucket that was in the basement, you went down to the basement to bring the cat down there?
Earlier in the evening, yes.
Okay. And then you went back down there because you heard the door slam?
Correct. To see if Shad was still home.
Okay.
If he was not, to turn off the lights and
Because
lock the door.
the lights were left on in the basement, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody downstairs, correct? When you went down there? Okay.
No, I did not.
And as you were going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket? Yes.
Right.
Okay. And was there?
Oh, what happened? They cut it off? Let me play this.
To the non-emergency number, yes.
And then you waited for the police officers to arrive, is that right?
Yes. In our kitchen, we waited.
You let him, and then you let him in the side door, correct?
Lost my
Correct.
feed.
The officers came in and had you sit at the table
Talking about
in the kitchen?
Court TV ended. I didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you look in the bucket only one time?
I believe I looked in the bucket again when Steve looked in the bucket.
Was he in front of you?
It's next to me.
Okay.
I don't remember that detail.
Sure. Now, in February of 2022, your son, Shad Therian, was living with his father, Michael Therian.
Correct.
And your son would come to your house to eat sometimes, correct?
To eat, hang out with his sister, me.
Do some laundry?
What?
Do some laundry, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you have to tell him to take a shower?
I don't know that I had to tell him, but he'd shower there.
Were you worried that he didn't always take care of himself?
Yes.
When you heard the storm door slam, when you heard the door slam, did you see anybody go outside?
No.
Did you see anybody drive away?
No.
Did anybody come upstairs by you and Stephen on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Did Ava get up at all and go downstairs or come upstairs by you on February 23rd of 2022?
Ava's room is on the main level of the house.
Yep.
She was woken up after the police were already at the house. She never went into the basement.
Okay. When the police officers arrived at your house on February 23rd, you didn't go back downstairs, correct?
I did not.
The officers had you stay by the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the officers had you, Stephen, and Ava all go down to the police department to give a statement or at least talk about things?
That is correct.
I'm not sure why Court TV cut it off. They just ended it.
In your neighborhood, ma'am?
Go to the website.
The houses are kind of close together. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do people park on the street sometimes?
Occasionally.
Overnight sometimes?
They do. Probably not in the winter.
Okay.
With snowplows.
Is your street, is it busy with people coming and going?
No, it is not. You probably don't drive down my street unless you live on it.
On February 22nd of 2022, when you and Stephen had a little bit of an argument, that was on that Tuesday?
In the morning.
Okay. He left and went to a bar?
He did.
Was he drinking all day?
I wasn't with him, but he was at a bar, so.
When he came back, had he told you that he had some drinks?
He did.
Okay. Do you know what time he got back?
I do not. It was still light out. In February, that's got to be 5 o'clock or something.
Yeah. What time did you go to bed on February 22nd, that Tuesday? Do you remember?
I do not.
What time do you typically go to bed?
11.
Okay.
Or we were watching TV in our room, so I don't know if we were actually sleeping. I don't know.
Okay. And you have one cat?
One cat.
And the cat usually, does it stay downstairs or does it come upstairs?
The cat goes through the entire house, but the litter boxes are in the basement.
Okay, it's got free reign of the house, huh?
Yeah, the cat's good to go. What the hell's going on here? I was just say, was the cat in the
Did you
bucket?
hear any talking on either Tuesday, February 22nd or Wednesday, February 23rd prior to that storm door, slamming?
I did not.
If you were upstairs in your bedroom, would it be fair to say that it would be difficult to hear anything going on downstairs or hear a conversation downstairs?
I would not be able to hear anything in the basement, no.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
What do you guys think of the cat? The purpose of the cat? Somebody said it's very relevant. Cat gate. What's up with the cat? So,
Your Honor, the next witness is also a statutory crime victim, and I would just ask that the she not be filmed. Also a juvenile, Your Honor.
Okay, so for the next witness, only audio. All right.
okay, so I think what
Stay
I'm
with
hearing,
Ava Wheelock.
what I saw in the chat, like they changed their stance. They first said no video, but then they changed to just audio. So I guess that's why at the end they switched it back. I don't know. So they're saying now the next person is another person, but they're just going to do the audio. I'm not sure why Court TV cut it off. And it's amazing. The moment I get up, right? I literally got up for like 2 minutes or whatever it was to get my little pre-workout refilled. That's when they cut it. But they cut it off, Court TV. They told people on their thing, go to the Court TV website. Well, okay. It says, screw y'all. And I saw them all in the chat being like, we're going to go to law and crime. Lord almighty. Cat. There's a purpose. There's a reasoning why he's questioning about the cat. It's going to come up later. It's strategic. It's for a reason.
It's right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes. Have a seat, and then state your name for the record.
I'm Ava
What's your last name, Ava?
Wheelock,
Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
Wheelock.
And can you scoot up a little bit to the microphone if you could? And try to speak right into that microphone if you can. Ava, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you still in school?
Yes.
And I know it's summertime, but what grade will you be in next year?
Senior.
And who do you live with, Ava?
Both my mom and my dad.
Do you split time between the two of them?
Yes.
And who is your mom?
Tara.
Where does your mom live?
Stony Brook Lane.
And I'm going to ask to have you recall February of 2022. Did you have that same living arrangement in February of 2022?
Yes.
So at that time you were living half time with mom and half time with dad?
Yes.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes, 2.
And are they older or younger?
Both older.
Do you have a brother or sister or both?
Brother, sister, yeah.
And how about your older sister? How old is she?
I believe she's 25.
And how about your older brother?
25.
And who was your brother?
Shad.
That's Shad Therian?
Yes.
Did you have a pretty good relationship with Shad?
Very close, yes.
Is he a nice guy?
Yes.
Do you know where Shad was living in February of 2022?
I believe with his dad.
Would you see Shad occasionally at your mom's house?
Yes.
What were the nature or what were the reasons why he would come visit at your mom's house?
To hang out with me, to do laundry, and to hang out with us.
I'm going to ask you to specifically remember February 22nd of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
It started out as a day of celebration, right?
Yes.
What was going on that day?
I was at my dad's traditional wedding.
And was that in the general Green Bay area?
I don't know.
Okay. How far away was it from your mom's house?
I don't know.
At some point on that same date, did you return to your mom's house from the wedding?
Yes, at the end of the wedding.
And did you know about what time it was that you returned to your mom's house?
No, but it was dark outside.
And how did you get to your mom's house on the February 22nd?
I drove myself.
And when you arrived at your house, did you see anyone in the residence?
No.
What did you do when you got home?
I immediately went to bed.
And which door did you use to enter that residence?
The side door.
Is that the door off of the driveway?
Yes.
that the door that everyone used?
Yes.
And you said you went to your bedroom. If you were to enter that residence through the side door, how would you get to your bedroom?
I entered the house, and down to the basement is right in front of me, and to the left is the kitchen. So I went to the kitchen, and there's a hallway. When you go more into the kitchen, I went down the hallway to my room.
And that's on the first floor of the residence, your room?
Yes.
And then there's a basement, and is there also a second floor?
Yes, there's a second floor.
What's on the second floor?
My mom's room.
What's in the basement generally?
Where we do laundry, and sometimes people stay there.
And that where Shad stays when he comes over usually?
Yes.
On that night, you said you went right to your room. Did you go to the basement at all on February 22nd?
No.
And you said you didn't see anyone in the residence when you came home, is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear other people in the residence?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I just heard footsteps downstairs.
When you say downstairs, are you talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor, or the stairs from the basement up to the first floor?
The basement up to the first floor.
Is that something that you heard frequently throughout that day?
Yes.
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that day, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to, or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang on my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fairley, cross-examination.
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes, when I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection relevance.
Hey, what you trying to do, bro?
I can withdraw.
We're trying to find out and put it out.
So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And
color.
Your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
I think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
And at some point, the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
Okay. And you went in your bedroom, did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
Okay. And then did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening?
Yes.
After dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No.
Did you see your brother Shadtherian in the house on that date?
No.
Did you ever hear his voice?
No.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
Mumbles.
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
No.
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door?
Yes.
And you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you went to the kitchen?
Yes.
And did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
Yes.
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom, and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Your brother, Shadtherian, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to people coming in the house, people that he would invite over.
Objection. Ask another question.
Okay. How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any kind of set schedule, is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule, is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed, you were out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right, very good. You can step down.
Okay. Today's it's already 1 o'clock. Well, Eastern. About to be 1 o'clock Eastern.
State's next witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for the noon hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
Lunch break. I want a lunch break. I want to take a lunch break. So return time. I'll be here. I got to put some burgers to cook. I already thought them out. I'm going to throw them in an air fryer. Okay, so I'm going to throw them in the air fryer and then I'll come back to the computer. Lunch break, return, official return, right? We'll do the official return because I'll be back in a few minutes. Official return. So 2 p.m. Eastern, our time. Lunch break. What I can do, because I'm just going to need a few minutes to see what they say.
At least 5 minutes till 1 in case there's anything that we need to take up. And then we'll get underway promptly at 1. All right? With that, we're in recess.
Okay, so he said come back 5 minutes early, in case I need to talk about whatever. So today it's been pretty productive. I mean, we got the 911 call. We got some of the body cam. We still haven't seen the interrogation / interview, which I don't know if that's going to be today or what day that will be, but they seem to indicate with the opening statements that we are going to see that. I'm wondering if we're going to see the whole thing or just a part of it. I think that's going to be so interesting to see that interrogation / interview. The mother testified, daughter testified, boyfriend testified, cop. Maybe I thought it was maybe 2 cops, right? 2 cops, 2 officers testified. You'll be over for your burger in a few. Legendary. Oh, by the way, thank you so much to C. Weiss Life. Thank you. That was earlier, I think. Gifting 5 memberships. Emily, thank you so much as well. Yo, people that got their memberships, make sure you check out the front page of my YouTube, okay? If you are going to resubscribe, amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. But if you're not and you're just hanging out for the month, that's okay too. While you're here, go to my front page. Not right now. Don't leave me. But on my front page, on my YouTube front page, you scroll down. There's like a members area, members only videos. There's a few long ones where I'm just hanging out chatting with people, but I have some short ones. And so one of the ones that I suggest you have to see if you're just here for a short time. Oh, it doesn't show all of them here. Hold on a second. Just make sure you check out this Popcorn Planet one was pretty funny. Popcorn Planet and Craziest Year of My Life 2010. That's the LSD trip. I should change the title of that so people know it's the LSD one. The LSD trip, that was really crazy. I think I moved the mushroom one in here too. I don't know. Did I move the mushroom one in there? I don't know. I'm going to change the title on that one to fix it so it's easier. Then there's a mushroom one. There's a cease and desist one. There's a guy that sent me death threats and just a weirdo that used to support me and wished I'd die from cancer or something. There's a few of them in there that's pretty interesting. If you want to check it out while you're there for a little bit. How will this last a week? I think it's possible. Wayne, because it's going really fast. And the defense is not really putting much of a fight. It seems like the questions they're asking, I saw someone in the chat earlier say that so they don't, not a subpoena, but so they don't appeal it. He's asking some very basic, just saying shit just to say shit type of shit, you know? Cheesy Frog. Let me see. Did I get also Joanne Nelson? Thank you so much for the super chat. Says okay, pen pal. April B12, 10 months. Thank you. First Tisha, now Taylor. Lord have mercy. Lilac Peach, guy in blue tee. her pen pal stalker. I don't know. I didn't see that. Oh! Now I get it. I get it. I think you're talking about the. Wait, are we talking about the attorney? Joanne Nelson, guy in blue shirt. Who is he? Fingernail biter. Oh, is that the guy that was like slunched over in the back? I thought he was falling asleep at one point. There is a guy that's in the camera angle of Taylor that he's like kind of weird, kind of slumped over. He has all these like weird facial expressions. I don't know. Maybe he's a Taylor supporter or like a friend or something. Allegedly, I don't know. I'm kind of being sarcastic too. One boy strung out. Lynn Gannis, thank you for the membership. Thank you for the membership. All right. So I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Heaven Reigns, thank you so much for the 5-month membership. Kijo, thank you for the 3-month membership. This is crazy. I can play. Do you guys want me to play the complaint, the criminal complaint for the people that missed it? I don't think I need that much time, but I can play the criminal complaint for a little bit. Criminal complaint. I can do the criminal complaint if you want for anybody that missed it. It's 17 minutes long. I don't need 17 minutes, but I can play it for people that missed it. Yeah, okay. The people that missed it, I'll play this, the criminal complaint. Hey, what's up, it's iCkEdMeL. Let me turn on the volume. Testing. All right, should be good. Turn on the volume for the video. Judge Mel mug. Wait, hold on, let me see. Judge Mel. All right. Okay, so I'll play this. Welcome back to the channel, and thank you for stopping by. We're going to be talking about Taylor Schuabusiness. This is potentially a trial that's going to happen. They're doing the evidentiary hearing, and then I guess they're going to decide. The trial's supposed to start on Monday. If she's still deemed competent. The details are graphic. We've covered this story before. The details are all over various articles, and just viewer discretion advised. It's graphic, and so if you don't want to see that, click off this video. The complainant, being duly sworn on oath, swears that he has had the opportunity to review the police reports from officers of the Green Bay Police Department and other documents supporting this complaint referenced herein, which are the types of reports and documents kept in the ordinary course of business, which complainant believes to be truthful and reliable because they have proven to be truthful and reliable on numerous occasions in the past. Your complainant also bases this complaint upon the statements of TP, who is presumed to be a reliable citizen witness in this instance. Your complainant also bases this complaint upon the statements of Taylor Schuabusiness, which were used against her penal interest. The complainant further asserts that based upon his review of the reference reports and or supporting documents, the incidents alleged occurred in Brown County, Wisconsin. Number one, your complainant's review of the report of Officer Alex Wanish of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that on February 23rd, 2022, at about 3:25 a.m., Officer Wanish was dispatched to a residence that is located in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, for a report of a severed head being found in a bucket in the basement. Upon arrival, Officer Wanish met with TP, who allowed officers into the residence. Officer Wanish reports that he went down into the basement. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, Officer Wanish observed the plastic bucket on the floor. Officer Wanish observed a shower/beach towel over the bucket. Officer Wanish lifted the towel and observed a human head inside the bucket. Wanish looked around the room and observed what appeared to be dried blood on a nearby mattress. Number two, your complainant's review of the report of Officer Garth Russell of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that on February 23rd, 2022, Officer Russell was asked to assist by going to a residence in Eastman Avenue in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin. Officer Russell gathered information that a report identified as Taylor D. Schuabusiness, date of birth 11/23/97, who was last seen with the victim, may be living at the Eastman Avenue address. Officer Russell also learned that there was a van associated with Schuabusiness. Officer Russell reviewed a prior photograph of Schuabusiness. As officers inspected the van, Officer Russell saw Schuabusiness emerge from the apartment building. Upon seeing officers, she stopped. Officer Russell could see that Schuabusiness had what appeared to be dried blood on the front of her black hooded sweatshirt, as well as her black sweatpants. Officer Russell later found Schuabusiness's hands appeared to be smeared with blood as well, and there was also what looked like dry blood on the back of her sweatshirt. Officer Russell asked Schuabusiness if she knew why officers were there, and she stated something that sounded like, "Because of my warrant for my arrest." Your complainant's review of the report of Detective Jenna Lubrida of Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that Detective Lubrida received additional information that TP, which I believe is the victim's mother, told patrol officers that Schuabusiness's van, which had been parked outside of her address for a day or so, was gone. Patrol and other detectives were at an address on Eastman Avenue where the van Schuabusiness had been using was parked and where Schuabusiness had been taken into custody, and the van was later examined. Detective Lubrida reports that in the rear passenger seat behind the driver's seat, there was a crock pot box. Medical examiner Dr. Vincent Tranchita went to the box, which was on top of the laundry basket of clothes, and located additional human body parts, including legs. Your complainant's review of the report of Detective Phil Scanlan of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that Detective Scanlan summarized evidence obtained during a search warrant executed at the residence in the city of Green Bay, Brown County, Wisconsin, where the victim was located. Detective Scanlan reports that during the search, a human head severed from the neck was located in a bucket in the basement near the stairs. The head was identified visually in comparison with a prior photograph of the victim, and it was confirmed to be the victim. According to Dr. Tranchita, there was visual evidence of strangulation observed. Also located in the same bucket was a male organ, along with body fluid and 2 knives. Other body parts were found in the basement in other bags, including plastic shopping bags, along with 3 knives, including a bread knife consistent with kitchen knives, located in a storage tote. An upper torso was located. The upper torso had numerous rigid cuts at the site where the head was removed, consistent with the separated head. Also located in the tote was a carving knife consistent with a kitchen knife and several internal organs. Also located in the search was what appeared to be significant blood staining on an unsheeted top bed mattress, along with what appeared to be a site of previously cleaned up blood on a concrete surface next to and under a significant portion of the bed. Evidence of drug use was observed in the open on the top of the entertainment center, including a glass pipe and a gem bag containing light colored powder material. Also observed was evidence of blood around a stand-up shower located in an unfinished portion of the basement, and what appeared to be numerous blood drops were visible on concrete floor in the front of the shower that appeared to have been partially wiped or washed away. Detective Scanlan reports that during the search, he stayed in contact with Detective Graff and Detective Kemp, who at the time was questioning Taylor Schuabusiness. Detective Scanlan reports that based on Schuabusiness's statements and officers' observations at the scene, Detective Scanlan found the information Schuabusiness was saying to be consistent with officers' findings during the search of the basement. Number 5, complainant's review of the reports of Detective David Graff of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates on February 23rd, 2022, Detective Graff reports he met with the victim's mother, TP. TP stated that around 9:30 p.m. on Monday, February 21st, 2022, Taylor came and picked up the victim. TP stated that was the last time she saw the victim alive. TP stated that her boyfriend told her that sometime Monday night into Tuesday, February 22nd, the victim and Schuabusiness returned to the home and went into the basement. TP believed that Schuabusiness and the victim were in the basement during the day on Tuesday. TP stated that she did not go into the basement, but she did recall hearing Schuabusiness talking at one point. TP stated that she and her boyfriend were out of the house during the day on Tuesday. TP stated that there was a minivan parked on the road in front of the house during that time and that she was not sure if it was Schuabusiness. TP stated that sometime between 2:30 and 3 a.m. that morning on February 23rd, she was awoken by a storm door being slammed. TP stated that she heard a vehicle and assumed that it was Schuabusiness. TP stated that she got out of bed and saw a light in the basement was still on. TP stated that she went to see if the victim was still there because she thought Schuabusiness had left. TP went into the basement and did not see anyone, so she started to walk back up the stairs. And that was when she noticed a bucket next to the bottom of the stairs. TP stated that she removed the blanket that was over the bucket and she discovered the victim's head. So, like, this is what I've mentioned, but we've talked about this before, but this is literally the victim's mother coming downstairs to check. She sees a bucket and she sees her own son's head. And it gets worse. Detective Graff reports that he was then informed that Taylor Schuabusiness was located by patrol officers and brought to the station. Officer Russell informed Detective Graff that Schuabusiness had a large amount of what he believed to be blood on her clothing. Detective Graff observed Schuabusiness had a cut on her left thumb. Detective Graff also observed some scratches on her arms and hand that, according to Schuabusiness, were self-inflicted. Detective Graff also noticed on Schuabusiness's hands a red substance stain that Detective Graff believed to be blood. Detective Graff spoke with Schuabusiness after advising her of her rights. Detective Graff told Schuabusiness that a few hours ago, officers were sent to a residence in Green Bay in which the head of the victim was found. Schuabusiness's response was that is pretty effed up. Okay, she knows she did this, but she's like, oh, that's messed up. Detective Graff, and I'm wondering during the trial, I hope we get to see that interrogation. Detective Graff asked Schuabusiness if she knew the victim, and she said she did. Detective Graff confirmed with Schuabusiness that she lives on Eastman Avenue, and the van that was located there was her roommate's, ST's van. Detective Graff confirmed with Schuabusiness that she drove ST's van to Eastman Avenue earlier in the morning. Detective Graff asked where the rest of the victim's body was, and Schuabusiness stated that it was still in the basement. Detective Graff asked her to tell him what happened, and Schuabusiness' first comments to Detective Graff were, "That is a good question," because she had blacked out during that time. Detective Graff asked Schuabusiness if it was just her and the victim in the basement, and she said that it was, and nobody else had come down. Schuabusiness stated that she and the victim were smoking the bitch, which is meth, which Detective Graff was able to clarify with Schuabusiness that he believed she was referring to methamphetamine. Schuabusiness stated that the victim had a chain that he had put around his neck. Schuabusiness stated that they were getting into relations, which was part of these acts, according to Schuabusiness. Schuabusiness stated that she and the victim had used strangulation in the past during relations. Detective Graff asked Schuabusiness questions about her using ST's minivan and asked if she and the victim had contact with anybody when they first got back to the house. Schuabusiness made the statement, "Damn the head. And I can't believe I left the head though." Bruh. I thought she blacked out and couldn't remember. And she was referring to the victim's head. Detective Graff then asked Schuabusiness where the rest of the body was, and she stated it was in the basement. Schuabusiness responded that the police were going to have fun trying to find all of the organs as she dismembered the body. Schuabusiness stated all of the body parts should be in the basement. Schuabusiness stated that there should be a foot or a leg in the minivan. Detective Graff asked Schuabusiness what she did with the head, and Schuabusiness stated that she put the victim's head in a black bucket and put a blanket over it. Detective Graff asked how Schuabusiness dismembered the body. Schuabusiness stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen of the residence and that a bread knife worked the best because of the serrated blade. Schuabusiness stated that the knives should be in a black bag along with the body parts in the basement. Schuabusiness indicated that she would use whatever bags she found in the basement to place the body parts into. Schuabusiness made the comment that at one point she got paranoid and lazy and that she thought it was the dope making her paranoid. Schuabusiness described she and the victim were in the basement and that the victim had produced 2 chains, one for him, one for her. Schuabusiness described the chains at the time as being chain link and silver. Schuabusiness would later describe the chains as being like a dog choke collar. Schuabusiness stated that she just went crazy, referring to strangling the victim. At one point during the interview, Schuabusiness stated she could feel the victim's heart beating still as she was choking him. So she kept pulling and choking him harder, but the victim would not die, and that he just kept rebuilding into muscle, which I wonder what she meant by that. I don't know. Maybe it's the substances. Detective Graff asked at what point did she know the victim was not alive anymore. Schuabusiness stated that the victim's face turned purple, blood was coming out of his mouth, but she did not stop. Detective Graff asked what she did after the victim died. And this is the most graphic parts, I guess. Schuabusiness stated that she then played with his body. She stated that she performed on him with her mouth, and that she used a toy. She had a toy that she put in the victim's I don't even know how to say this, mouth and bottom. Detective Graff asked Schuabusiness if when she was choking the victim, if he tried to fight back at all. She stated that he did. Schuabusiness stated that she and her friend picked up the victim in ST's minivan after picking up the drugs. The 3 went to Eastman Avenue apartment. Schuabusiness stated that she and her friend and the victim smoked marijuana, and she and the victim smoked some methamphetamine. Schuabusiness's friend left. Schuabusiness reported that then they shot up herself and the victim with trazodone. Schuabusiness stated that she and the victim left her apartment on Eastman Avenue, and she drove to the victim's mom's house in ST's minivan. They went to the basement. Schuabusiness stated that the victim's mother's boyfriend let her and the victim into the house. Schuabusiness stated that it was about 5 minutes after they arrived that the victim pulled out the chains. Schuabusiness stated that she began to choke the victim, and she described it as the victim lying face down on the bed with her on top of him pulling on the end of the chain. The victim coughed up blood, and she was just waiting for him to die while she was just watching his face. The woman is evil. So when you see her in court smiling, always making all these facial gestures, and she claimed to have blacked out initially in the beginning, but she has all these details and recollection. Schuabusiness made the comment that she was already this far, so she kept on, referring to choking the victim. Schuabusiness said in a lower tone of voice, "Yeah, I liked it." And Detective Graff believed her to be referring to when she was choking the victim. Schuabusiness stated that she thought it took about 3 to 5 minutes for the victim to die. Detective Kemp clarified with Schuabusiness that when the victim began to cough up blood, she just did keep on choking the victim because she wanted to see what happens. Schuabusiness made the comments that she blacked out while choking the victim, but when she woke up, like the victim was already purple, so she kept on going. Schuabusiness. So another one to viewer discretion is, I think even the beginning of the video said viewer discretion advised, but yeah, this is like the criminal complaint. It's pretty graphic. This is what you did, which I believe, like in the opening statements, they reference it. And I believe it's going to go into more detail, you know, probably, unfortunately for probably most people, probably go into more detail, especially when they talk about this whole DNA thing. So this is going to give you more context because they're referencing this DNA on the toy and them trying to get this charge dropped or whatever. Stated that she enjoyed choking him and made comments to detectives asking if they knew what it was like to love something so much that you kill it. Schuabusiness stated that she played with the victim's body for like 2 or 3 hours, which included doing oral stuff and with the toy and all this stuff. Detective Graff clarified with Schuabusiness that she was in the basement with the victim all during the day of Tuesday into Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, and then dismembered the victim's body. Wow. Schuabusiness stated the plan was for her to bring all of the body parts with her, but she got lazy and only ended up putting the leg and the foot in the van, and she forgot the head. Schuabusiness made comments that she did not mean to kill the victim, but as she was choking him, she liked it and she would just keep going or doing it. Schuabusiness also made the comment that she was not prepared as killing the victim was random. Schuabusiness stated that she had the victim's body on the bed in the basement and she pulled him onto the edge of the bed. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. And put the black bucket underneath the victim's head as she was cutting off the head. Schabusiness also talked about using a bucket and a tote to catch the victim's blood.
Oh,
and
yeah.
she would use the shower in the basement to dump out the bucket. So that was another question that I saw in the chat earlier, and people were talking about, which is a good question because we saw the body cam for the first time today, right? And like, I mean, there's just not a lot of blood, which you would think that, like, damn, like this kind of the horrendous stuff that she did, there'd probably be blood everywhere. But apparently, and it's, you know, when you match up the complaint to some of the body cam, I guess she had drained this guy's blood into the bucket and she was dumping it out. The business was asked if she thought it was right, if it was the right thing to do. And Schabusiness' comment was that she did it anyway, referring to killing the victim. Wow. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, so that's that. I did that video just for the trial for people that need a reference, or if you ever want to go back, or people that are wondering. I'll try to put it in the description for the new people that come along so they know the basis, some of the basic details. This, I want to show, let me see here, body cam. Okay, I clipped the body cam thing. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just wanted to skim through it a little bit. This was from earlier. Let's go full screen. What's going to act up? So this is the boyfriend that we just saw. I mean, now that we have seen some of the testimony, it makes a little bit of sense. That's the boyfriend. Mom right there. I think that's mom, I'm assuming. This is February 23rd, 2022. This is almost 4 in the morning, 3:37. I guess, yeah. So that's the staircase, just goes straight down. I mean, thank God the girl didn't catch Ava. Thank God she didn't see that. But yeah, this is the basement here where it all happened. A mess. Disheveled. We got stuff all over the place. They cut it off right there. I guess at that point, maybe he looked at the bucket. Yeah, he's looking down at the bucket. There's a flashlight.
Come here. Hold on 1 second. Jeez.
You got in the chat. Lord Almighty. I'm wondering if that's the shower right there. Maybe, I don't know. Is that the shower she was dumping the stuff in? But he even opened the shower curtain. And the opening statements, they were mentioning how she cleaned up too, and like the wipes and stuff. So maybe she made a pretty decent effort at cleaning up, even though when they found her at her apartment, she had blood on her. You would just think that, you know, the graphic, gruesome details, you thought maybe you'd be able to see more blood in there, but I guess maybe she cleaned up pretty well, I guess. And you see the Lysol. I don't know if she used Lysol. Let's see, we pause it. Oh, that's, yeah, Clorox. It looks like maybe Clorox. Pac-Man. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, take whatever you want. That's for you. Yeah, that's crazy, man. To see that bucket thing right there. Wow. I mean, and even like just looking closely at this, like it's not like you see blood on the floor or anything. So it merely makes you wonder what I'm sure, maybe they'll take you through this. I'm sure later on, maybe they'll take us through the steps of what she did. I really wonder if she's going to testify. The mother, no, I guess the mother didn't hear anything. So you got to think about it. Hoax said blood will pour out of your neck. So in that house that night or whenever that morning, I guess you could say, there was the mother, the boyfriend, and then the daughter. The daughter lives on the kitchen level, like the kitchen, like that level when you walk in, there's the kitchen and there's a bedroom, I believe they said. So the daughter lives there, and the daughter, they were questioning. They said she didn't really, I don't think she said she heard anything besides some mumbles or something. I think she said mumbles when it came to Taylor. The mother and the boyfriend lived on the upper level, and the mother woke up because she said she heard a storm, the door shut, and she thought it was like a storm or something like that, storm door. Yeah, it's lunchtime right now, guys. So I guess nobody heard anything. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Was he quiet? I mean, I guess he was being choked. They don't see any blood anywhere. I forget how much time she had to do all this, right? Didn't she have like a whole day or something? Because his other body, they only found the head here, and I think the rest of her body, like the torso and all that stuff, wasn't it in the van? We'll call that ground level. Okay, Flitter Girl says ground level.
Was that for everyone?
Check this real quick. Oh, Lord. What do you see here now? Lord almighty.
No for right now.
Mattress. Let me
If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house.
we got quite a bit of. Jesus, that's the bucket. They say blood.
If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got.
Jesus, that's the bucket right there.
House for sure.
Oh my god! Wow. Yeah, you really don't see blood anywhere. That's what somebody were talking about. This is incredible. I wonder if that's the shower too, that where she cleaned up. Oh no. This is crazy, man. Just coming to a scene and all you see is a head in a bucket. Thank you, Winnie. Wow. When I look up 961 police code for Wisconsin, it says if a person possesses a controlled substance, it goes to Schedule 1, Schedule 2. I don't know.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes 59 seconds, was played. Officer, having reviewed
Hey. Just went to get food. The video's done. All right. Oh, okay now. I'm back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I was getting my lunch, Maddie lunch too. I made the burgers and a salad kit. Just got a salad kit. Just do that together real quick. Couple of things. I'm trying to think. I saw Cinema did a video on Carly. Make sure to check out his channel for the updates and stuff. I just want to see what he was talking about. Wow, Carly Russell family caught on video. What?
As all of you all probably know by now, the rumor was that Carly Russell and her parents went to Atlanta to celebrate her birthday. Now, I wasn't there. I didn't see them with my own two eyes, but that's what the rumors were. Neighbors in the area confirmed that Carly and her parents left home. Someone claimed that they saw her mom, Carly Russell's mom, at a Publix. But all of that is what I would call unconfirmed information. What I can confirm for a fact is that Carly Russell and her family just had a big party, a nice old shindig at her house yesterday.
No.
Now, why is this such a big deal? Well, from what Carly Russell's parents say, Carly Russell is not in the mental state yet to be capable of talking to law enforcement. They're still pretending as if she is traumatized. She can't speak. She's in shock. She cannot meet with investigators. She cannot meet with law enforcement. You have no idea the horrors Carly Russell went through. Well, it looks like y'all just went to Atlanta, partied it up, and then the day after Carly Russell's birthday, the entire family shows up at Carly Russell's house to throw her another party. Imagine doing something as horrible as what Carly Russell did, and instead of getting, I don't know, chastised, criticized, instead of being forced to be held accountable, you are getting praised. You are getting celebrated. Think about this. I don't know how your life was. I don't know how your family structure was. I can't remember what I was doing on my 25th birthday. I was probably working hard, trying to make ends meet so I could pay rent. I've been on my own since I was 18. Carly Russell is 25.
I was partying and working. That's the year I did LSD.
She's a fake nurse. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, no.
They want to show you all of these pictures of her graduating, all of these pictures of her as a nurse, when in reality she was a greeter at a spa. You know, not even the one that actually does the spa stuff. She's the girl at the front desk that's like, hey.
Oh, he's going hard.
Okay, walk back to this room. And then that's it. That's what Carly Russell was doing.
Oh, God.
Don't let these folks fool you into thinking that Carly Russell was this top scholar head nurse, because that's fake. But we always know that people like this, they do that. They want you to think, oh, this is a scholar, this is a doctor, no. She was a spa worker, a 25-year-old that still lives home with mom and dad, and they're sitting here still spoiling her, throwing her big birthday celebrations right after she faked a kidnapping. This girl is not only in local news, she is in national headline news. They are talking about Carly Russell in Australia.
Damn, bro. See? 3 Hoover cops. Oh, is there an article that came out? 3 Hoover Police Department cars also drove past the suburban family home as cops continue to investigate the story. Let me check it out. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Carly Russell. Say it ain't so, pimpin'. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. That would have been a good video if I wasn't streaming right now. Say it ain't. By the way, the trial's running in the background with audio on. So we won't miss anything. We'll hear when they come back. But we still got time. Let me put this on the other one. Put it on this. Oh, we got to do the obituary for Shad too. We will get to that at some point for sure. Say it ain't so. Say no, mama. Mama, say it ain't so. Carly Russell's Alabama home is swarmed by visitors on her 26th birthday as cops dig into kidnap claims and say $63,000 reward cash will not be returned. Screw y'all. Cars were seen lining up outside Carly Russell's home, Alabama home on Sunday, just a day after her 26th birthday. There was no official word on why all the cars were at the home of the woman who has become a central player in a missing person case that has captivated the nation. A dozen cars lined up in the driveway around the home that drew the attention of police in Hoover, Alabama, who drove past the home as people entered and left. Damn, they partied. I guess they had a party or a gathering. It was a birthday. That's amazing. You got video? Come on. You got video too? Oh no. Wow. Wow. They pay cash. I wonder who they paid for that video. Ain't that a bitch? I would have got my ass beat. Even if I was her age, 25. My mother would have beat my ass. I would have got hit. Probably would have got the belt at 25. There would definitely not be no huge family. There would be embarrassment in my family. There would not be like this huge like party gathering celebration. It would be embarrassment. My mother wouldn't want anybody to come over. It'd be a shame. Right? YOLO, you only live once, fuck it. Oh, they haven't even answered that Anaya Blanchard, right? Her mother. As far as I know, they haven't even answered the mother of the girl that was murdered. And the mother was out there helping search. They haven't even answered her, but they're over here having the time of their life. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Oh, tonight's gonna be a hey. Imagine living a life like that. You don't gotta worry about shit. No accountability. Police don't charge you. You can make up all kinds of shit. The world's looking for you. Tonight. Hey, we'll live it up. Oh, okay. Wow. Isn't that some shit? What a life. I got a feeling. Hey, y'all, we're going to party like it's the last day. Ain't that a bitch? All right, let's continue watching some of this. That's amazing. Bruh, I would have got my ass beat. My family would be mad. My mother would be mad. It'd be a whole embarrassment to the family. That'd be some embarrassing shit.
In a press conference, I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one. I would not be my mother's son if I was capable of one drop of what I've been accused of.
Oh, Lord. They all the same, these people, these liars and manipulators.
This has been an incredibly difficult time, honestly one of the worst of my entire life. But I am a man of faith, and I'm a man that has knowledge of my history, and I would not bring my family, our lives, or the movement through a fire like this.
Chicago police found the two men involved in the attack, two Nigerian brothers who had worked with Smollett on the set of the show Empire. A month after Jesse's initial claim, he was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and filing a false report. Smollett would take the hoax all the way to trial, where he was found guilty and sentenced to 150 days in jail.
I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal.
In November 2016, California wife and mother of two, Sherry Papini, was reported missing after going for a jog, only to miraculously reappear 3 weeks later.
At about 4:30 this morning, the Shasta County Sheriff's Office was notified that Sherry had been located. We've also learned that Sherry was released by her captor on a rural road near Interstate 5 in Yolo County. She was bound with restraints, but was able to summon help from a passing motorist who then notified law enforcement.
Sherry told police she had been abducted and tortured by two masked Spanish-speaking women who kept her chained in a closet, held her at gunpoint, and branded her. Her husband Keith spoke to ABC News, holding back tears as he described being reunited with his wife.
I just ran past everybody and I, throw open the curtain and she was there.
Wow.
In a bed, in her poor face.
So she tricked his ass too. She had a whole interrogation and he walked out of the interrogation once he found out. This chick was still being interrogated. I forgot how long it was, like an hour or two, right? And the entire time he has her back, they're sitting in the police interrogation. You can see it until the end where he finds out, he realizes this chick has been lying and skeezing on him too.
And I just hugged her. I just held her.
The investigation for her kidnapper spanned several years, but Sherry's story fell apart in 2020 when investigators connected DNA from her clothing to an old boyfriend who admitted the kidnapping was a hoax.
I don't want you to find her.
We're not going to find her. The DNA came back to James Reyes. The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes.
Sherry pleaded guilty to charges of mail fraud and making false statements. She was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison. Houston teen Rudy Farias was reported missing by his mother, Janie Santana, in 2015. For 8 years, law enforcement officials, family members, and private investigators looked for Rudy. Then on June 29, 2023, Rudy was found asleep outside a church in Houston, Texas, and taken to the hospital. That's when police realized Rudy was never missing.
During the 8-year time frame where he was missing,
that boy was home the entire time. Woo.
Investigators followed up on many tips, leads, collected evidence proving that Rudy was not missing during the 8-year period. Many of these facts included contacts and statements with relatives, friends, neighbors, and medical professionals. Rudy was recently identified as having previous HPD interactions, meaning that he made contact with patrol officers out on the street. However, during these contacts, fictitious names and date of births were given.
That's wild too. Yeah, he was talking with police. He could have been like, "Help me!" But people believe it's the Stockholm thing, and so even though he was roaming around the neighborhood and chilling and hanging out with people and all this shit, people believe that the mother had a control over him. And so, I believe she kind of did have some toxic shit on this kid, but a lot of shit still don't add up for me. Mama's love. And, He said himself that his mother never did anything sexual, even though Quanell said that's what he heard. Police said they didn't hear that.
Misleading the officers, and Rudy would remain missing. In fact, both Janie, Rudy's mother, and Rudy himself gave fictitious names while interacting with various patrol officers. After investigators talked with him yesterday, it was discovered that Rudy returned home the following day on March 8th, 2015. The mother, Janie, continued to deceive police by remaining adamant that Rudy was still missing. She alleged her nephew was a person friends and family were seen coming and going. However, we disputed that.
Why? Why do they do it? Why on earth do they do it? Joining us tonight in Los Angeles, California, senior reporter for DailyMail.com, the host of Daily Mail Crime on TikTok, and victim advocate for Project Cold Case.
Expose hoaxes.
In the Jussie Smollett case, what happened, why he did it? Because he still doesn't admit that he did it, right?
It's never been clear as to why he did it, why he stuck with his rationale for so long, why he fought it tooth and nail, why he gave that ridiculous interview to Robin Roberts. And as you said, he still maintains his version of the story is the correct version of the story. But the two brothers who the cops figured out were the ones who had attacked him, the second they got into interrogation, they told the truth of the entire story, as they should have. There's no reason these two individuals should have gone down for perpetrating an attack that did not happen.
I can't believe that they wrote a check too. Like, who does that? They wrote a check to the what was it? Yeah, he wrote him a check or some shit. They see the Justice Smollett. Who does that shit? Get cash or something? Didn't this guy write him a check? Jussie Smollett. He wrote these motherfuckers a check. Check. Let me see. Yeah. Let me see this shit. They got a. Oh, hell nah, bro. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Bro, man. Come on, bro. My boy wrote a check with his name on this shit. Here you go. Come on, bro. Jussie Smollett. This is kind of funny though. What was it? Video Business Insider muggers or pay to the order of the muggers. But I think this is the actual image here. Who writes a check to commit a crime? Bro. Want me to watch this?
Most ridiculous one over there that's still living that you would say has no chance of happening.
Two black guys beating a black guy up
and having a black guy.
I'm sorry, speaking out loud.
That's not on here, man. The Clippers will not make the playoffs. And
what kind of hats they had on, Chuck?
Packers hat.
All right, I think that's probably it.
Okay.
The Lakers will not make the playoffs. The Kings will is the latest edition. Go ahead, Kenny. I can't believe you, Chuck.
You pay him with cash?
Chuckster.
You pay him with cash or you write him a check, Chuck?
Never.
Who does that, bro? Who does that?
Hey, listen, America.
How?
America, let me just tell you something.
What's that?
Do not commit crimes with checks. Come on, man. You cannot, if you're going to break the law, do not write a check.
Because you're writing a check that what? You're behind cash.
That's incredible, bro. Incredible.
Happen as to why he did it. This was kind of in the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, which of course is still going on to this, to this day. It was in the height of all of those protests.
Yeah, but the BLM thing, well, the organization, it's not as strong as it used to be because didn't they get caught with all that fraud and stuff too now? Or was it just one particular person? Was it the founder? There's all this stuff happened with them recently. Fraud lawsuit, yeah. There's some huge lawsuit going on. I don't remember what the whole thing was. I don't know. I guess the allegation was that they were stealing money or something. I don't know.
Mid George Floyd, and actually I think that might have happened even before that. But I think as you heard him say in his press conference, he didn't want to do anything to upset or offend the movement, and I think it perhaps maybe had something to do.
Oh yeah. Black Lives Matter activists accuse executive of stealing $10 million in donor funds. Amazing. Yeah, I'll keep donating that shit. Black Lives Matter executive accused of siphoning $10 million from BLM donors. Wow.
With that, but he couldn't back up his story, and it unraveled so quickly that he ended up getting jail time and having to pay a steep fine.
Unbelievable. Dr. Judy Ho, when we look at the why of it, okay, Sherry Papini, I still to this day don't understand why someone would go. This was super elaborate. She was all in on that thing. Any idea on why someone would do that?
Well, it's so difficult to know, but one of the most common reasons why somebody would start a fake crime and be a participant in it, and then at one point it just gets bigger and bigger, and it's like at that point they're committed and they can't pull out, even if they start to question themselves and whether or not this is the right thing to do. But oftentimes in the beginning, it starts with a seeking of attention or sympathy. And although that sounds like it's so simplistic, it's not. It's one of those very deep human needs that we have to feel connected to people and to feel like others care about us. And so for some people who initiate a hoax crime, it could be that they're looking for something that they feel like they didn't get. Sometimes they may perceive themselves to be a victim of the system they live in, or they may be an actual victim. They may have had trauma happen to them in the past. And so it doesn't seem like that far-fetched of an idea, but taking on this persona and having all these people pour their resources and their time.
I used to try to sometimes figure that out, like why somebody would do this shit. Like I had an ex long time ago, nothing recent, like way before Maddie was born. I had an ex that used to just lie, but for dumb shit. Like she just lie about what she had for breakfast, about what she was doing. I'd start finding things out, and I'm like, why? Like I just didn't see the reason. Compulsive, habitual liar, and I don't know if she got like a high thinking that people are not picking up on this shit, or like that she's like smarter than everybody. We after all the shit was said and done, years later, we're cool. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but we're cool. But like back then, I was just like just for no reason, just lie. After a while, I stopped wondering about it. I don't even I'm not gonna drive myself crazy because these people love to have you wrapped up in their shit too, having the whole world deceived and all this kind of. They love to have you wrapped up in their fingers and all this shit. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like this lady said, attention seeking. I feel like with the Carly thing, there's still so much missing to it. But I feel like with the Carly thing, some type of, I think it's plausible that maybe something with the ex or the current boyfriend, whatever you want to call him, something with that or some type of attention thing. I've definitely moved away from mental health. Oh, who knows? With the Rolodex of mental health, you could probably find something. But it was very premeditated and planned. And just because you have some sort of issue, mental health, don't mean you're excluded from any kind of excluded from being held accountable. Look, they changed Twitter to X. X. Welcome to X. I wonder what made them do that. I don't really care what they do as far as the name, but why? I'm not really sure. I guess. I like that he's shaking things up with Twitter. That whole, I thought that was a bad move. I guess he removed it. That whole thing where they were limiting what you can post or how many posts you can read. I was like, that's a bad move. But I don't mind him experimenting because I think they said Twitter's been operating in the red. So, you can't keep doing what you've been doing forever and it's not doing shit as far as profit or whatever, So you got to move shit around. I'm not sure about this X thing. I think Twitter, everybody knows it as Twitter. I don't know. Twitter X, Twitter paid. You got to pay for Twitter now. DSM-5. Yeah, Yeah, there's a lot of different stories. We're almost back. We got 12 minutes. There's a lot of different stories. So there's Sherry Papin. Now we got Carly Russell added to the list. Jussie Smollett. There was another lesser known story that somebody told me that there was this girl that I guess she failed school or she was failing school or something, and she didn't want her parents to know, so she pretended she was kidnapped too. A lot of weird stories of things like that going around, I guess. I mean, I think it's kind of rare, but it's out there, I guess. Or maybe it's not rare.
Time and be able to watch that, it's somehow personally
Lindsay
fulfilling
Adams,
to them. And if there's some other kind of mental illness on top of it, that would suggest that they didn't know right from wrong, or maybe they're in a psychotic.
Fun dip. That fun dip term is something that only like I think Diggs Bebkins maybe knows about. The fun terminology. I like fun dip.
That can make things even more complicated because they may not even be truly conscious of what's going on.
And in the case of Rudy Farias and the mom there, it seems like the mom was getting money from it to a certain extent, right. and it's still not clear there. So let's dive now into the case of Carly Russell, because police have come out and said, we can't corroborate anything from her story. So my guess is they're investigating whether or not that is a hoax. And there's a lot of people who believe it has all indications that it may very well be a hoax. Let's take a listen to her 911 call.
Hi, I am on Interstate 459, and there's just a kid just walking by themselves. Oh, hold on. Where on 459 are you? I'm right next to the exit 10 by the Hoover Med, like to get off by the Hoover Med. Okay, so you're before the exit? Yes. Okay, and were you headed southbound or northbound? Okay, towards Tuscaloosa or towards 280? Towards Tuscaloosa. Okay, and was the child on the left or right side? On the right side. Were they walking northbound or southbound? They're walking towards Tuscaloosa. Walking southbound. How old do they look? Like a toddler, maybe 3 or 4. Did you pull over with them? Are you still with them? Yes.
Did you pull over with them? Are you with them?
Are you with the child right now? No, I'm not. I didn't get out of the car. I can see them though. Do you mind staying and keeping an eye on them until we get there? Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, what kind of car are you in? I'm in a red Mercedes-Benz. Is it a sedan or SUV? SUV. I mean, it's a sedan. Sorry. Can you put your hazards on for me? Yeah, they're on. Okay. Did you talk to the child at all, or did you say anything to them? No. Okay. No. Do they look like they're injured? No, they don't. Are they white, black, Hispanic, or Asian? They're white. Is it male or female? I think it's a boy, a little boy. Right now? Okay. So is he wearing clothes? Yes. Okay. What is he wearing? It's a white t-shirt, and it doesn't look like he has any pants on. It looks like a diaper. And you don't see any cars anywhere? No, no cars anywhere. Okay. All right. What's your name? My name is Carly Russell. And you don't see any injuries on the child from where you're at, correct? No, but I can't really see them that good. Okay, try to keep an eye on them for the best you can, because I don't want you to lose track of them. Okay. All right, and do they have shoes on? No. Not that I can see. I can't really see that. Look. Okay. All right, I've got them on the way, okay? Just try to keep an eye on them, but officers are on the way, okay? Okay, thanks.
Dr. Judy Ho, as I listened to Carly Russell on that, and the first time I heard it, it was much different than I imagined what it would sound like. What do you hear in her voice, and any thoughts on why a 25-year-old might attempt a sort of elaborate hoax here as well?
Yeah, it can be really tough to say. Obviously, when people are in these situations, when it's actually happening, they could respond in different ways. But a couple of things that I picked up on are that her tone, just her tone of voice and the way that she was speaking was kind of cheerful. A little upbeat given the situation. I think that's kind of a frightening scenario, right?
Hi, yeah, no, this is Tyler. Yeah, he's just like walking. Yeah, oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Oh.
Seeing this child, this little tiny child on the side of the road by themselves completely. There wasn't really urgency in her voice. It actually seemed almost like more of a positively tinted sort of tone as she's talking about this very serious matter. And then also just when answering questions, there were a number of pauses. And again, it's not that people can't be thinking about what they have to say when they say it, but also if you're observing a scene in real time and the child is in front of you, you wouldn't think that there would be so much of thinking, pauses before giving the answer. In terms of her actual intent, it's so hard to know. I don't know what's going on in her head that thought that this would be a good idea. But again, oftentimes for these individuals, there's something that they think needs to be called attention to. Maybe in their mind, they actually think that they're being a martyr of some sort, or they're doing a public good in some way, in some twisted way. It's amazing what human justification can do to a person's mind, and even believing that this was somehow the right thing to do to call attention perhaps to an issue that she thinks deserves some spotlight.
And Caitlin, what was going on in her life?
Mel turned into Melanie.
That moment, was there any sort of drama taking place?
Well, as far as we know, based on what we've gleaned from a lot of her different social media reports and her different social media posts, she was kind of over it with work. She had posted several things to that effect, and it did seem like there was some sort of issue with her boyfriend. She had posted several things alluding to being cheated on, alluding to someone going after a stripper, alluding to someone to sort of seeing someone's true colors. So it seems like there was perhaps some sort of trouble within her relationship, but it is notable that when she quote unquote disappeared, her boyfriend was one of the first people to post all over his social media in an attempt to find who he thought was a girlfriend who was kidnapped. And since then, he's scrubbed his social media of any vestiges of their relationship.
That might have been a thing, yeah. It might have been a thing to get him coming out. Somebody messaged me on Twitter last night talking about to get him to be Liam Neeson in Taken, because that's our movie. Oh, I think they're back now. All right, cool. That's what they said. They were going to come back like 5 minutes early in case they needed to address some stuff. There's no audio yet. Liam Neeson. It's it's bizarre. I don't know why some people, I mean, I've done dumb things, but like, I don't know. I couldn't imagine concocting being kidnapped though. I mean, and calling them involving police in a scheme, like, bro, like, I don't know. You know? And then messing with your family and stuff like that too, like, or friends, or I don't know. Maybe it was attention, and maybe she was hoping she'd come back and the guy would be around, the boyfriend and the family, where everybody would come around and hug her, and maybe people were just going to buy her story and she'd be able to move on, and she'd be like this victim. And we're here, we love, even though that's what she's getting now, it seems like, regardless, maybe she still got the outcome she wanted. Maybe not the boyfriend, but the family. Maybe she still got people, you know, her family and stuff, you know, coming around and hugging her and partying and all this stuff. Probably didn't get it how she wanted. It's X. Welcome to X, the new platform that looks the same. Did you get a new number? Shay, you have my number unless you got to delete my old number, because I realize with some people, they have both of my numbers, and so they'll be texting the old number. So, and that phone has been off for like months, even though it's connected. It's just somewhere plugged. I'm actually going to switch it to one of my old phones, the other number, but I don't really, I'll text you. I'll text you. I notice sometimes people text the old number. She's smiling. She's going to throw the hair to the side. Okay. She over there winking, kind of smiling. She got like a weird confused, somewhat of a confused look, like that YouTuber. Somewhat confused a little bit. But kind of like odd and like awkward too. I wonder if she's like that all the time. The people that know her, is she like that all the time? She got a wild side. But not in a good way, though. Nah. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore, man. Like minutes on phone. I don't even think these people give you an option. Rebecca, I haven't gone to pick it up yet. I'm going to try to pick it up. I would never give my number on YouTube publicly, but if you DM me, I'll give it to you. I already can't keep up with the people on my phone. I haven't gotten to pick up the plush yet. I saw your message. I thought it was you. Are you under another name on Discord? I am gonna go pick it up. I'm not sure when. Hopefully this week. I'd like to do it. I know you sent it. I don't want to say when either, you know, but hopefully this week. And tomorrow I'm taking my daughter to my mother. My mother's gonna take her tomorrow to grandma. She's gonna hang out with grandma tomorrow. Grandma's gonna do her hair and stuff. And then I think either tomorrow or the day after, she might go with her mother for, I don't know, maybe 2 days. Maybe. We'll see. So, but I'm kind of glad this is like a short trial, just to kind of get our feet wet again a little bit with the trials. There's a lot of stuff coming up, though, so don't because I know they said Shannon Ryan. So the things for August, I don't know if that Shannon Ryan thing's gonna happen, and a lot of you probably don't know about this story. If they ever do a trial and they ever stream it, I will fill you in on all that. Then there's also in August, I thought that's the Mallory Beach trial, right? I think that's happening in August. I have trial dates somewhere. That's something to keep an eye out for. Then in October, Koberger, if it happens. Oh, okay, that is you. Okay, Rebecca. Oh, your World of Warcraft? I had to stop playing that game a long time ago. That was really amazing, that game. But I wasn't getting anything done. With that video game, I was completely unproductive. The only thing I did was go to work. But like, I'd be up all night, no sleep. That was a really good game back in the day. Used to do the raids. I don't even think they have the 40-man raids anymore, right? Back in my day, I don't know if you played it when that game first came out. Back in my day, we used to do 40-man raids. It took a lot of coordination. They even had the apps in the game that tells you who's the person that screwed up. It was so crazy because one person can screw up a group of 40 people, and then the app would start telling you know what kind of pressure that is to get the whole squad wiped out if you screw up. Billy, no! I'm sorry. Now they got like a little 4-man groups or whatever, right? What do they got? 4-man groups, 10-man groups? Everything's all easy now, right? Even video games. Video games used to be like hard. Now it's just like anybody can beat the shit. And the level, there's no challenge anymore. Everybody's the winner. We all win, right? Like in school.
The doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view.
They muted it. You can still do 40-man raids? I didn't know that. What happened? Oh, no. Refresh it. Oh, they lost feed. There we go.
You know, first thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So
why does it keep stopping? Is Court TV live? Hold on, let me check Court TV. Damn it. Court TV. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
qualifications as to, for example, pharmacology or things of that nature, it's one of relevance. But maybe Mr. Lizet, you brought that up earlier.
So I think it's possible that portions of the amended report wander into areas where the doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view, qualified to render.
Okay, well, then I think what we're going to do is this, because it sounds like it could be more extensive than what I thought. I'm going to have you here at 8:15 tomorrow. The jury will come in at 8:30, and then tonight I'll read the submittal from Mr. Freilich, because all this is coming in very late. First thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So, the notion that I need testimony from Dr. O'Donnell, I can't even tell you whether that's something I need or not because I haven't read it yet, and I won't be able to do that till this evening. So tomorrow morning at 8:15, we'll bring the jury in at 8:30, and then from there, which means that you'll probably get a decision from me right before you need to know the answer. And I'm sure everybody would love to have a decision a little bit earlier than that so they could plan, but that just won't happen. So anyways, I'm a little bit frustrated, but certainly that'll pass. Anything else we need to talk about? I think we've already done this. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right. Very good. Then we'll bring the jury back in.
I don't know what happened there. Maybe later we'll rewind back. Or I could do it now real quick. Something about a witness. Let me see something.
His
Good, ready.
All right. I don't want to miss it, so we'll come back later. We'll come back later and we'll do it. I don't want to miss anything. Whenever they take the next break or whenever there's like a whatever, we'll go back and listen to that snippet. But it seemed like something about a witness or something, and now the judge is gonna have to go over shit. He seems pretty upset and frustrated. Somebody was texting me too about that. Those games too. That shit messes up relationships sometimes. Those World of Warcraft, whatever. Because some guys are, I say girls too, I guess. They're very heavy into gaming. They don't even want to mess with their significant other.
So the case is still with the state, and I will turn to you, Mr. Saunders. Or Mr. Lizet. Call your next witness.
The state will call Petra Schwab.
The hell I spell that? All right, Petra. Schwab, I think. Yeah, and Law and Crime had some sort of technical difficulties, so I switched.
Okay, if you want to step up right over here.
I might actually.
And just walk right up here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
We'll do two different cameras.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Petra Schwab.
And then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. All right. And then with that, Mr. Lizet, the witness is yours.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
And how long have you been employed with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And do you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And what type of work did you do in Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire-related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time. Seeing that they would be coming up from Madison, we just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
And do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes. Law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his. I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence? So we made the decision to use smaller body bags, so essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out. For the bucket, it was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in. After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor.
We did see that.
It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
Ooh. And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheet.
Wow. And then playing exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that may have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos the same time we were. And then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin. And so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
Wow. Wow.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, they would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No, there were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area, but there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and they seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood
That's what we were talking
on the
about.
scene, outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be how, just would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection,
be...
hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van, and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet, and then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
What's she gonna say? She looking at that shit like. Oh, is it on the website? The Wisconsin Circuit Court website? Let me check it out. Can't hurt to have a backup. Thanks, Risa. Take a look.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Can you identify that document?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit 4.
The objection.
No objection.
4 is received.
And then could you describe for the record Exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Therian, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
I would move for the admission of Exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Freilich?
No objection to admission of Exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can publish those.
Overruled. We ain't listening to your bull.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well.
Perfect.
Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
Okay. And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down.
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
So to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay, you looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
Did you see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
Do you see a round table down there?
Yeah.
And lots of clutter, lots of things?
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand, is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
Well, the blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Okay. Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you
When did
repeat?
you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves on?
No, when? When did you put
when?
them? Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in a bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it? Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
Yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside.
Why did you focus on that?
Probably because of the red staining.
Okay. Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
Okay. And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what did you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote?
Yes.
And where was that?
That would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote?
Yes, if I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
Blankets?
It could have been blankets, it could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook, it was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
Okay. And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened, is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, thank you. Thank you. You can take those exhibits,
All right.
You can just. Oh, sure. Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Zarneski.
But Michelle. Hang in there. We're almost there, I think, for today. Michelle.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michelle Cherneski. MICHELLECZARNESKI.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensic?
I think you guys want to see.
At that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey and Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
Okay. And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged. It's sterile. We typically have an assistant help us, so if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination, and then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shout bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located?
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
I don't know if she's sleeping or she just kind of chilling. Feel like she was kind of dozing off for a second. Closing her eyes to rest. About to close my eyes too. She don't really care, but he's doing it to, like, I guess for the process or whatever. But he's showing his client, but she's like, yeah, whatever. Whatever.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you Exhibit 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe Exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both Exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
There were 6 of them.
Okay. Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
Going to town on his hand and shit. Going to town. Why did he just cut his nails? I don't understand. Why do people do that? Why just cut their nails?
Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
Okay. And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Ms. Andre is with you as well?
Yes.
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
Correct.
Okay. And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our off-site storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were re-photographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
That blue shirt guy's tripping me out a little bit.
While counsel's reviewing those exhibits,
Yeah.
were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process?
I think she medicated. She on something, on a scissor or some pills or something, or injection. Top of the tranquilizer.
Exhibits 10 through 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then let me know when you're completed. Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the Schott bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the Schott bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of a crackpot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then, if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arnowski. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had a Schwab and Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
And assist.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
No, I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
Okay. That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at
Yes.
the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement, or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did, correct.
Okay. And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay. So you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay. Trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassidy Pacula arrived as well?
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs?
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived?
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
There were some cell phones on the kitchen table, those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, there were two blue ones and a black one?
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Trunkita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find, did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags, and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then, did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Trunkita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor.
By a dresser or a bed?
Next to the mattresses on the floor.
Okay, thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes.
And gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay. Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right. In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Okay. Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the
see
one
what
who
was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it.
Okay.
I was informed that it was there.
But then you went to take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
Okay. When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that?
No, that would be fingerprint powder.
Okay. What is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day, on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon?
It was morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No.
How long were you there, you think?
Quite a few hours.
Okay. Into the afternoon?
Yes.
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
We did.
Okay. And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town & Country minivan?
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes.
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
Correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Tranquita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
Okay. How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall those exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear?
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed?
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened?
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crock-pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock-pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
Okay. And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box?
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box?
Yeah.
That was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the hatch?
No.
You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples,
That's
dust for prints.
That's not working.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Schuabusiness then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay. Thank you. You can step down.
Okay.
Were you there? What did you do? Check out the list.
Your Honor?
What year was it?
Your Honor?
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, can we take a short break? I need to.
What do you need? You ain't been doing
Okay,
shit.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take
I need a break.
for about 10 minutes. All rise for the
You
jury.
ain't been doing shit. Why you need a break? I get it. I don't know how you defend this woman either. I get that, but you can tell he ain't got shit. He's just asking shit just to ask. Just to say that he spoke up and shit and said something during the defense. That's all I hear, yo. Oh, all right. Boyfriend of Carly Russell asked people to stop bullying her, man. Leave her alone. Y'all gonna leave Carly alone. Good morning, America. It's the same thing with
And now to new questions about Carly Russell's disappearance. Her boyfriend is talking about what happened and asking people to stop bullying her. Eva Pilgrim joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Eva.
Good morning, Lindsay. There are a lot of questions this morning, and police say they think only one person can provide those answers, Carly Russell herself.
Now it's bullying.
One of those questions swirl also claimed to Marla Trell Simmons telling the New York Post, "I want everyone to stop bullying her. I know what it seems like, what she did. Just stop bullying on social media." Adding, "Think about her mental health. Nobody deserves to be cyberbullied." Simmons had recently removed all traces of Russell from his social media pages, including a since deleted Facebook post that said she was literally
Oh no, he didn't. She was literally found for her life.
fighting for her life. Russell told authorities she saw a child walking alone on the side of the interstate in Woods. But Hoover City authorities saying investigators could not corroborate any of her dramatic story of survival.
So we've been unable.
Allegedly a one-way bus ticket and the movie Take It.
Hell no. Larry Hoover, under God, one nation. Hello, sir. Lemon pepper chicken. Oh. Let's see here. Free diver has broken world record 8 times. How to lower your blood pressure. Heart-stopping pool rescues. Cows take selfies on this farm. They ain't got shit to talk about, huh? This is like Inside Edition. Would you get buried in salt for your health? It's healthy. Larry Hoover, on the nation, on the God. What about that Gilgo guy? They didn't say he had a dog collection or some shit? And like he said, he had a killing room with that Long Island serial killer. Reminds me of that Australian weirdo that took Chloe Smith. Wife of Gilgo Beach murder suspect files for divorce. Oh, hell no. Escaped lion prowls through Berlin. Oh, I like it. Escaped lion. Rawr. What happened to this girl?
Hi guys, it's Annabelle. Welcome back to a brand new video.
Social media influencer Annabelle Ham has died. The college student's family delivered the sad news on Instagram.
Hi, thank you for clicking on this video. Welcome back.
Annabelle created YouTube vlogs about her life as a student at Kennesaw State University and a sister of Alpha Omicron Pi sorority. Her fashion hauls showed off her sense of style.
I love college and I love my sorority. I love my friends. I love the experience that I've had. So I'm at the point in my life where I am almost done with college and I'm applying to internships and trying to figure out my life once, post-grad, when I have to enter the real world and get a job.
In a final post on her Instagram page, the Ham family wrote, Annabelle experienced an epileptic event and has gone on to the gates of heaven.
Wow, she passed away from a seizure? What? Oh, that's it? There's no more to it? Damn. Condemnation. Taco John surrenders trademark for Taco Tuesday. Oh, man. How y'all feeling today? Oh, let me get the super chats. You're right. Let me catch up. I'm over here like, I'm just zoned out, kind of tired. Let's get the super chat. Let's get it. Let go. Quiero, maro, chick. Quiero, maro, sipping. Yeah. It look like it what you intend in 2 days. Let it love me. I'm on my cool J. If I get where I get, what would you say? She wipe it all off. Mr. Miyagi. Legendary CEO, thank you for the 4-month membership. Jackie, thanks for the 19 months. Maybe that guy behind her is undercover to control Schabusiness if she pops off, like Letitia trial. I don't know who that is. There was one person in the chat. Leave the family alone. I don't know if that's family. Or she said victim's family. I don't know if that's actually... I don't know why the victim's family would sit right behind Schuabusiness. That don't make too much sense to me. I think they'd sit behind the other side, if anything. Unless there's no space. Hello? Oh, okay. The Daily Mail? Yeah, I read that earlier. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Bye. If I get what I get, what would you say? I could clip that Carly thing from earlier and just post it as a video. That girl partying. Jackie Garnett, thank you for the 19 months. Maybe that guy behind her is undercover to control. Oh, I read that already. Damn. Sam says, thanks for the super chat. Check out Shannon Matthew's case. Thank you. Mama Gemini, thank you for the membership. Cameron James, thank you for the super chat. Did you hear about the lady kill her military husband in Virginia, Newport? No, I haven't. Virginia, Newport, Norfolk, Virginia. She killed her. I feel like we hear these stories every day now. Wife kills husband. Are you talking about the one that... Oh, you talking about Richens? Is that the one you're talking about? Hold on, let me see. Virginia. No, Richens was somewhere else, wasn't it? Utah. Murder suspect admitted to shooting husband in Virginia Beach. Virginia wife arrested for killing her husband appeared on Are We Dating the Same Guy on the Facebook page. Oh, hell nah. Did she kill him over that? What? Are we dating the same guy? That's like a popular Facebook thing that the ladies are jumping on now. I guess when they start dating somebody, they'll post a picture of the guy and be like, "Are we dating the same guy?" And so they find it as a useful resource to see if the guy's cheating. Pitt Staffield, thank you for the membership. Bepkins, thank you for the membership. Sharon Ostrander, thank you for the super chat. Bindi, thank you for the 5-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. Thanks, for your coverage. Thank you. Mandy L, thank you for the 8 months. Says, hope Tisha 2.0 does something to her attorney. Maybe that'll wake his ass up. I mean, maybe it'll wake me up too. Mel and chat, get me through the days and always have a blast. Santa Muerte. Thank you. Devin State. I should put like a Santa Muerte thing in the background. I was joking with somebody the other night. Oh, the Quaaludes thing. An empty bottle of Quaaludes. That'd be dope to put in the background. Let's see if I need to go to that store, see if I can get there's like an empty bottle of Quaaludes. Put it right next to the DSM-5. I think that goes perfect hand in hand, right? Devin Steve, thank you so much for the membership. Ganja Mama, thank you for the membership. Let's see. If I get what I get, what would you say? What about the bodies in the suitcases found floating in Florida River? Thank you, Missy. I don't know. I saw somebody mention that. Let me see if I can find it. Bodies floating. Or no, found in suitcases. Found in suitcases. Suitcases. Kind of hot in here again. I have to turn on the AC. Florida. Police investigate 3 suitcases found with woman's remains. Wow, Delray Beach. Remains found scattered along the... Whoa, this one is highway, though. Woman found in suitcases. Remains found scattered along highway. I guess there's multiple updates. Delray Beach. Let's see if we can get the actual source of this. If I get what you get, what would you say? I think I'm a little delirious. Caffeine, no sale. I was up late last night. Delray Beach. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. I got it. News conference regarding homicide investigation. Amazing. All right, so this is like 16 minutes long, so we don't have time to watch it now. But maybe on a longer break or at the end of the stream, or we could start a new stream after. I don't know. I don't think I have the energy in me. But I'll save this link. We'll watch it at some when we have time. The Gilco case is extremely disturbing. There's a lot they don't know yet. When you read the details, well, there's really a lot. Very strange case. It could go much bigger. Maybe there's more people, right, that he's killed. Little weirdo. Kill house. Doll collection. World's coming to an end. Oh, Carly said, I got kicked off my local Are We Dating the Same Guy? My friend was posted, so me and my friends decided to say he was, gay. Oh, no. We had this girl going. They didn't like that. Oh, la. Yeah, somebody might get killed over that shit, though. It seems like these chicks be going, they take that shit as fact on that website. I might grab a little snack too. I bought these little snacks. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Before the jury's brought back? No. Mr. Freilich?
No.
I wonder how long they're gonna go till. Judge was ticked earlier too. He wasn't too happy about that. I'm still going. Yeah, I wonder what time they're gonna go. I guess till 5. I guess still 5. Well, probably 6 our time, I guess. I hope not. I'm dragging, but.
Okay, be seated. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey. You ready?
I didn't even hear that. Bailey, who? I think.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
So I went to UW-Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
All right. So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Sarneski.
Okay. So your role was kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right.
No way, Leo. No. I'll leave the stream. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, you guys are saying there's a pressure at 4 p.m. Central. Where are you seeing that? Can you tell me? So we can verify it. Tell me where you see it. Tell me. Yeah, I'm eating nuts. There's this thing. I'm about to sit a healthy pack, so you're probably supposed to eat one, but I'm eating like 2. It's like this little Orchid Valley Harvest. I was like pecans and nuts and cranberries. Where's the multiple reports?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been
Let's see.
exhibits 16
Let me look it up.
through 54. If you could look at those and let me know when you're done.
Oh, down the whole rabbit news. Okay, down the whole tag me. Okay, there we go. Now we got a source. 4 p.m. Update on Carly Russell press conference. So I'm gonna make a stream. 4 p.m. is 5 p.m. Eastern. Let me tell you something. At 5 Eastern, we'll leave it. You guys gonna be mad at me if we do? We'll leave it at 5. No, iCkEdMeL. You promised. You sell out. We can always come back at the end. We'll do the Carly thing. And then for the people that are diehard and want to see the end of the day, we'll come at that. In the Carly thing, we'll go back to this. iCkEdMeL. I thought you were loyal. I'm so excited. Bro, you remember the last one? I want to know what they're going to say. The last one was so crazy. We can't skip on that. There's no way we can skip out on that. You have notifications? So much for resting, right? And we're not going to have notifications. That's all right. We'll do it without. I'll use you guys as help. You guys are going to help me get there. Don't worry, we'll do it together. Hold my hand together. Another shot? No, I'm not going to do any shots. I don't do any alcohol for the trial. Like, I want to be clean throughout. I have the energy. I barely made it today.
Have you had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you guys in the chat. Thank you, everybody.
And when you're taking these photographs, Actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Sarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
All right. So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
We got time for you.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them, certainly.
He's trying. You got to give him an A for effort.
Whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid. And we'll
not really to give him an A for effort.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to Exhibit 45, there's an objection that's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Sarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the off-site storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
I should have ordered cheese.
Do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a Town and Country minivan.
Remember the color?
Gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility?
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another Carly press conference coming up later, guys. I'm setting up the stream right now. We're gonna go. We'll start 15 minutes before the official presser starts. So 4:45 p.m. Eastern, which will be 3:45 p.m. their time. I had to think about that. My mind is like, another press. Coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready? The PD's coming back. What do you think the PD's gonna say? You think they're gonna double down, go harder? Or is the PD gonna be like, we need people, the public needs to back off and leave her alone? You think they're gonna back up? What do you think the PD's gonna do? You think they're gonna come out with some more shit? Are they gonna release Ring camera? Or Central. Yes. Yes, baby Jesus. All in the name of Jesus, right there. Everybody's praying to God.
Insurance that's been marked exhibits 55, 56, and 57. I'll ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Love me. Hold me down.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver's side of the minivan, which includes a crock pot box and a body part inside the crock pot box, and then the crock pot box empty.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 55, 56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more prejudicial than probative.
Okay, well, I'll hold receipt of those then in abeyance. I'll receive 55 and rule on 56, 57 at the break.
And your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Charneski with swabs.
I'm awake now.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you
What a treat.
trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And
excited
I guess
now, man.
when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
And did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
Hey, yo. You think it's the party? Blue Eye Candy says she thinks it's the party. Time to pay it. Now they see she having a blast. The family got away with it. Or she got away with it. I'm excited. Time to throw your hands up and celebrate. Hey, hey. Egypt Mania, thank you for the super chat. Says if Carly does give a presser, you mean the police, I guess. I bet she'd pull a Bill Clinton. I did not do this because I'm soiled and I get everything I want. Oh, she does. Spoiled, you meant. Spoiled. No, I read. You spelled it right. I'm reading something else. I said soiled. You said spoiled. I think she is spoiled. Spoiled little brat. Spoiled little brat. Party and celebration. I would have got an ass whooping. Can't me that. Got an ass whooping. Something's gonna get thrown at me. Probably get scratched. Some shit. That shit's just gonna slide. I'm gonna be partying and shit. That is wild as shit to me. Hey, oh. Trying to find a good picture. See if I can find something. A little bit to the thumbnail.
Sandra, I'm showing you exhibits 58 through 63. I'll ask you if you can recognize those exhibits.
And that rumor was true. Remember the rumor I read on the video that something big's coming this week? Remember yesterday's video? The video I did last night? It's weird when the rumors are all coming true. That's just like, damn. Don't believe the rumors. Don't believe the rumors. And then it's like, fuck, the rumors are true? Cheez-Its truck? What?
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area,
with just natural light or a white light, showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent, where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
58 through 63 will be received.
And I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you. All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you, Ms. Andre.
Right down there, if you can see it.
Does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that Blue Star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side.
Okay.
It's a photograph of it.
All right. So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the Blue Star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Yep, so that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower, and that'd be the Blue Star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
Okay. And is that then 61?
Yep, and then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the Blue Star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at Exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this Exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge.
I just last night I washed her hair, detangled a little bit. Tomorrow, Grandma's gonna do her hair tomorrow.
All right. So is this Exhibit 62?
I tried
Yes.
to tangle.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So it's essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, Exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up Exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in Exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Okay. Sort of, it looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right. So then Exhibit 63, actually I will have to pull that up. right, so are we looking at Exhibit 63 then?
Yeah, we're going to cover the press conference, guys. Don't worry about it.
What area is Exhibit 63 depicting?
Don't leave me.
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in Exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at, Exhibit 63, is that I guess, suspected to be blood or other biological material? The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in Exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay. I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Brooke.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress?
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle, we processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel, a pair of shorts, and there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you it's previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
The objection.
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue, or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
you trained in, I guess, dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called Latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
Okay. This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison, or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
Be fair to say that you process a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. Schuabusiness?
Yes.
All right.
I'll drop the link in the chat too. I set up the press conference though. I am going to transfer everybody over there. Won't be in 30 minutes or 35 minutes.
Yes.
And what is that?
30 minutes. Go.
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case. One being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
Trial slowed down a little bit. I mean, I'm surprised we got the 911 call, the body cam, and all that stuff.
I'm all good.
Okay. And in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Ms. Schuabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Schuabusiness's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or a palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Schuabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schuabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schuabusiness's 10-print card.
So there were multiple, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
Out on a summer.
So were there multiple, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
Okay. And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Wow, holy
Yes.
moly.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
Jesus.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed?
The entire blade.
Okay. Including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So
get him.
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still Exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is Exhibit 15, Court Exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crockpot box, and there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crockpot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
What number is that?
Yeah. All right, I'm showing you Exhibit 65. Do you recognize Exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with the sample 1 sticker next to it.
And is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And the photograph as well?
Yes.
All right. You took the photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing, if you remember?
It was the entire thing.
Okay. And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo. Why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay. And that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it? Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station, so at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it?
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there? Specialist Zarnecki.
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tronkita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
Okay. What time of the day were you there, do you know? Like did you either in the morning, the afternoon?
For the vehicle? Or
yes, for the vehicle.
For the vehicle? Yeah. That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassidy Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Tronkita, and investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van. Did you find 2 papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found, did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side?
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinkrita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were 2 different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residence at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
And that's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then, what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarnecki, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Schuabusiness Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay, you were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
Okay. The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting that's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption?
Presumptive, yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light?
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And then it also shows
Is there a drain
shower drain
in the shower?
Let's strike that. It shows
Strike
the
it.
shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
Yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower?
Right.
For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay.
Also, they had the blue star in there. They really trying to fight this shit?
Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please?
He knows it's a lost cause. He's just got to do what he's got to do. It's his job. He's got to. Makes me think of the teachers people, because the teachers people. I mean, this is only day one,
Guard, can I approach?
but they put up less of a fight. There was times the teachers people they were like, "Nah, we don't got no questions." They just let the shit ride. No questions. Yeah, we're gonna take you to the next stream, guys. I'm gonna transfer you over.
Photographs, exhibit 46 and 47.
We got
Basically, you picked the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored
13 minutes.
blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna start the other stream a little early, so 13 minutes.
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I don't wanna know.
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. Pam, do you have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Your Honor, could I approach again? Thank you.
Yeah, we're live right now. We got a Carly live coming. There's a new press conference coming.
That's correct.
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it?
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain, is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
What else you got?
If you could direct your attention to Exhibit 45. You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure.
I'm so curious what's
Exhibit
going to happen.
45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Okay. Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
Yeah, they get your money back.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
I'll take some.
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department, and then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the, the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are two drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
Trying to confuse the people. That true drain bullshit. Yo, girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thanks, Mel, for being here. Thanks. Your hard work is appreciated. Thank you. We done? Is it done? Here we go. Se acabó. Terminaste.
Your Honor? Your Honor, I know that you said that you would hold argument on an exhibit or two till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
At the next break.
Okay. All right.
State have a next witness?
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially.
Okay. I think we'll take a
call it a day.
7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the
People pushing this shit till 8 p.m. or something. No, I'm kidding. They're 1 hour behind. So we're gonna go to the new stream, guys. Okay. Let me just get the super chats that we have for here. If I missed anything. Egypt Mania, thank you for the super chat. If I did that ish, my parents would have been like, girl, go pick a thick switch off a tree and make sure it don't break. If it does, get another one. Damn. That's that old school shit too. The switch. Get the switch. I used to get the belt. And yeah. I remember one time I got so tired of it after a while. That's why I don't think corporal punishment. I think corporal punishment is like a waste. But you know, us old school people nowadays, they throw your ass in jail. But not that I'd want to do that anyway. I think it really isn't effective, just in my opinion. But I remember one time I was getting belt. And after a while, it's the same shit. You just like, whatever. As a kid, you get numb to the shit. You're like, whatever. So one time I just started laughing. I was like, fuck it. That's all you got. I didn't say fuck it. That's all you got. But in my head. And I just smiled. Oh, my mother started whipping that shit, cocking it back for the. That was when I was a kid. Deja vu, thank you for the super chat. Is Carlisle press conference today? Arrest? Yeah, we're going to go over now. We are going to go over now. Youper Gal, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thanks, man, for being here. Your hard work is appreciated. Thank you. What we can do, so this is what we could do. For the people that are upset, I don't know if they're going to, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if anybody's going to be upset or not, but I'm going to leave this stream. You can either watch it on Long Crime or Court TV, but I'm going to change the stream over because there's no way in hell we're missing this Carly Russell stuff. At the end of the I don't even know if I really want to, or we could watch the rest of this witness tomorrow. I want to do that. Let's be a little smart. I don't want to like overdo it. This last portion we can play during tomorrow, during the 15-minute breaks or the lunch break. We can play tomorrow. But this Carly Russell shit is huge. There's no way in hell we're missing this. So I'm going to move you guys over. If there's people that are like really diehard into this case, they don't want to miss it now. You have a couple minutes if you want to switch over to Long Crime Court TV. But we'll watch this last witness tomorrow. The benefit to that is we can fast forward and skip through. Let me just make sure I set this up. Hey, you just got here, Pansy? Oh, you missed a whole day, girl. It's 8 hours in. We're about practically 8 hours in. This shit's over, girl. There's a little bit more, but it's pretty much over. All right, I'm gonna move you guys over, okay? Let's get started. Let's get started here. All right, love you guys. See you over on the other side, the dark side.